Okay, greetings everybody. My name is Coin, and here's a bit of an audio test before we start. Okay, good. It appears that the audio is working just fine. Greetings and welcome to another episode of The Legend of Zelda: The Breath of the Wild. We're on episode number 28. Hopefully everybody is doing well, and yes, if you guys have not followed Axel on Twitch, please do so. They are I would say they are largely a Zelda gaming space at the moment. There may be other games down the pipeline, but currently that's what's going on. Good to see you. Good to see everyone. Hey there, Sizzling Seal. Thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated. Not on Zelda anymore for a little while. Doing any other stuff? Like, are we still doing the retro gaming, or are we just off that altogether for the time being? If and you don't mind my asking. I don't want to keep you too long though. If you needed to like depart or something, because I think that's what you said earlier. Hey there, Sizzling Seal. Good to see you. Well, we're just getting all of the all of the channel regulars. Thank you so much for stopping by, Sizzling Seal. Hopefully you're well in health and spirit. Let's get a shout out for Mr. Sizzling Seal. Okay, before we begin, I should probably mention that I don't have the panel updated yet. Devious also had a tier 1 subscription from the last time. I will add that after today's stream. I got fairly busy trying to get the grinding footage out the door, and I only got it halfway out the door. But thank you to both Mr. Rowan Darcy and Devious Grace for their tier 1 subscriptions and the little biddies that were tossed in earlier. Much appreciated. I don't have any current patrons or one-time donators, but I would like to thank people who have made a one-time donation in the past. Greatly appreciated. Let's go ahead and zip these back on over. Let's shift over to the correct screen, and let's see if I need to shift my camera a bit. Looks like I probably do. I will be working on minting out the rest of the grinding videos today. I'm just getting rid of all the bookkeeping up front, especially because I'm on timers and everything. I am working on getting the other 2 grinding videos out the door. I am having some issues trying to loop audio correctly, which is why I'm having an issue with getting the remaining 2 out the door. As soon as I have that figured out, you guys will have the full transparency required for what I did when, you know, cameras weren't rolling. Speaking of, last time on stream, last time we started going down the Tanagar Canyon. We started creeping up the bottom portions of Tabantha. We got a few shrines in. Oh, it was an all-around good time. Today, however, we're going somewhere new. Thanks to you guys who voted in the Voting on Content channel on Twitch, we are headed to Lake... Actually, let me double check to be sure, but I'm pretty sure we're headed to Lake Hylia and the Faron Woodlands area. I have not done the desert part yet. That I'm pretty sure is gonna be dead last. That's gonna be dead last. Just because the Thunder Blight Ganon is the hardest, and I think it would make a pretty fitting capstone before we do the 2 DLCs. Pulling up the votes, I went ahead and archived those. I just forgot to mention on Discord that vote was archived. Thank you to everybody who did archive it. I'm looking at my phone here. Yes, so we're headed to Lake Hylia and Faron region today with 2 votes thrown in from a tier 1 subscriber. That's what beat out the votes. There wasn't a whole lot of voting, but I do appreciate everybody who did do the voting. It's a feature of the system. Promise. Take just a second. Wink out the camera real quick, because my nose has been running non-stop, and I don't think I should have my back turned while blowing my nose and everything. So 1 second. Sorry about that, folks. Just had to get it done, get it over with. Nobody likes blowing noses. But yeah, today's goal is to get towers, and I'm gonna begin checking into the armor, the horse armor that lets you teleport your horse around. That's kind of the thing I want to try doing today. But first, we have to actually unlock visibility with the with the Lake Hylia and Faron region. So we should just get right to it. But I guess one other thing I should probably clean up on before continuing, and I thought I had activated the YouTube and Twitch chats. I don't know why the combined chat dock is doing funny things. If I get any more responses on YouTube, we should know right away. But NK, if you're still here, I'm glad to hear that your sickness is getting better. Please continue to get some rest and everything. Sometimes things don't work properly. Isn't that the truth, Axel? Isn't that the truth? How have your streams been going lately? If and you have the time to answer. And same with you, Sizzling Seal. How have your guys' streams been going? Because I have been seeing notifications in the Discord for that stuff. I just haven't had the time. Oh, right. I'm getting ahead of myself. So, I have most of my weapons back. The new addition is the Liesel Tri-Boomerang. Unfortunately, I just couldn't avoid picking up new things. Enemies scaled. Enemies did scale while I was in the midst of farming, so now we're finding silvers in a few other places. So we've gotten the higher end gear. Most regrettably, I did pick up a piece of dialogue about picking up a swallow bow off the table in the Rito village. There's a free swallow bow just lying around for easy upgrades. Grabbed it, accidentally triggered some dialogue. That's it. That is in one of the grinding videos, one of the ones I need to ship out, but I will point it out later. Promise. And most notably, I picked up more shields and about 2 tabs worth of food. I do not want my sibling yelling at me any further about my lack of preparedness. I'm gonna have to make regular episodes of this. Yeah, that is weird. The combined chat dock is not displaying it is displaying, but it's not displaying in the dock. I don't know what gives with that. Let me do a quick bit of troubleshooting, and while that's happening, I'll individually read comments here. Been going all right? Good, good. And we often stream at the same time? Yup. Was meant to start your stream a little while ago, but it's getting delayed, so you are here. I'm sorry that you're experiencing delays, but I hope those delays let up soon. The thing is that Ganon's increase in HP the more you beat. For example, the Wind Blight has 1,000, then Water Blight has 1.2k HP, swapping over to YouTube, etc. Not that they do actually have more than that. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured there'd be some scaling, and thank you for the appreciation. You're welcome, NKs, anytime. Okay, now what is up with Social Stream Ninja? I probably just need to copy this doc again. Custom browser docs. Where do we see this? Okay. We'll have to determine whether or not things work out a bit later. Yeah, your PC decided to update, and the game you start today needs me to download additional stuff you didn't anticipate. Yikes. Yeah, I think what did you say in the chat earlier? Alice Madness returns, and also I'm a little too far to the left here. All right. And a Play Mobile game? Oh, like a mobile phone game, etc. I think I might need to just put the individual YouTube chat into the doc for the time being, if I can do that. Because while the doc is working, it actually displays nothing on the OBS side, so I'm having a tough time with YouTube at the moment. Okay. It's the best I got. Nah, it's Play Mobile, Hype the Time Quest. Ah, okay. So that's the actual name of the... it's part of the game's name. Okay. I'm also still off to the left. Great start. Yeah, that's the whole, PC needing to update and then downloading additional stuff for games. That kind of sounds like what I went through with, was it Lies of P? I think it might have been Lies of P. No, it was Steel Rising. I remember having to download something rather specific for Steel Rising. Yuck, gross, all that fun stuff. And Steel Rising was just a mess of a game. I enjoyed what I played through of... Oh, it's a PC PS2 game. Ah, okay, gotcha. That makes some sense. I enjoyed Steel Rising. It was an unoptimized mess for PC. I'm sure it's choppier on console. Overall, just the game engine definitely chugged lots of bits. Chugged lots of them for no apparent reason. And it's definitely part and parcel on why. Wow, the activity... There's a whole bunch of stuff acting up. I hope I don't have to restart OBS. I might have to do that. Let's see, everything... Yep. All the audio mixers are working correctly. Let me close out some unnecessary projects right now. Sorry. Yeah, there's a lot. I'm in a little bit of a disarray. I also have to rename something. You can just close some projects here. And is Firebot connected? It is. Okay, everything looks connected. So sorry, let's get YouTube back where it should be so I can see everything. I have a lot of timers available that are basically set to go off about every 10 minutes. And 5 minutes before we take our break, there will be a nice little audio. I had better unequip everything right freaking now, or bad things are happening to me. Yep, Your shield, and our falcon bow is fine, so I guess this is what we're using. Any time I want to move this. This is not great. Well, everything is having problems. Whoa. first things first. We gotta get to the tower. We're not gonna be able to function in this game unless we do that. So today, Lake Hylia and Faron Jungle. I don't know what I'm gonna accomplish in there apart from getting the 2 towers. Most likely, we may pick up some Korok seeds and make a nice go at actually getting the ancient like horse saddle and everything. But I very much don't expect to get a terrible amount accomplished today. This is like wrong. There's something wrong with this setup. Anyone else, whether you're a content creator or you're just looking to record video, anyone else ever like sit down at their setup and for whatever reason, even though you've done absolutely nothing to change the setup, something feels wrong to you? This is what I'm experiencing right now. Something feels wrong to me and I don't know what it is. I'm gonna make an attempt at fixing it. There we go. I think something feels... I'm gonna probably do this like 50 times this month. I'm really not sure. Let me go ahead and check YouTube again. You have a very laggy stream and your mic doesn't go through. I don't know why, by the way. That's one of those things that you kind of just... I need to change that. This is the real problem. I'm off-center from the... I'm off-center compared to where I normally am in the camera. Mic issues are one of those things where you kind of just have to really, like, look up a tutorial or guide. I had to use a couple of YouTube guides to get my mic sounding pretty good. In addition, I also had to, just adjusting my mic here, I also had to get a 2-band, or actually I got a 4-band equalizer. I ended up having to do that and just kind of fiddle with the audio. Streaming or doing any kind of content creation, and you're even a little bit self-conscious about the things you're doing, you really want to make sure that you're learning a bunch of different skills. One of the ones I really had to learn was... Good, we got a nice cheap weapon. One of the things we really kind of had to learn, that I had to learn, was audio engineering. I had to learn quite a few things, and it's still more by touch and feel than anything, but I at least know enough of the underlying principle that it isn't, the concept isn't alien to me anymore. I've had to learn art, or not art, but not like art principles, but I've had to learn the ins and outs of various programs. Everything ranging from DaVinci Resolve to StreamerBot and Firebot to the ins and outs on Twitch and YouTube. There's a very specialized set of skills you have to learn if you're going to entertain for people on this platform in this day and age. And that says nothing about your ability to entertain anyone either. The fixable parts are all the technical problems. It's what kind of personality do you have? Are you someone who actually enjoys what they're doing? Do you have a tough time talking to people? If so, that is going to translate into your content, whether you want it to or not. And if you don't have any means to compensate for those things about you that are, by and large, not absolutely by and large, but a lot of the times are immutable, then you look like a nameless traveler. Then you're going to have problems. You're always going to struggle in the streaming world. You deserve so much more visibility. Aw, thank you for the compliments, Axel. I really appreciate it. And I realize that talking about this type of thing is very meta, right? Like that's the kicker. It's one thing if it comes up organically in conversation like it is right now. I don't know who Master Koga is, woman. But I'm gonna finish what I have to say, and then we gotta run through yet another Yiga agent. It's one of those. Nobody likes talking about the subject of stream management and the cultivation of skills for streaming, because it's very easy to fall into the hapless trap of, oh, this is something anybody can do. It is if you don't care about your quality and you're just looking to have some fun, sure. But if you actually care, or you're trying to make a living off of this platform where you live or die by algorithm, and even the slightest criticism of your audio can result in a loss of tens or hundreds of views. Never mind at the Markiplier Jacksepticeye moist critical level, where that kind of statement can mean somewhere in the ballpark of a few thousand viewers not clicking on or finishing your video. Learning about that stuff and taking it to heart's pretty important. And to address the laggy stream part of your statement, NK, that comes down to internet, and specifically upload speed. You need to have a good upload speed. You have to have at least 25 megabytes per second in order for you to have a sufficiently high quality stream. Now, of course, you can go lower. You can absolutely go lower, but you have to adjust your bit rate to compensate for the low quality. And not a whole bunch of people know how to do that, or know how to do it with any degree of certainty. I don't. I still don't. I often have to look up tables and guides for, okay, what's the optimal bit rate for this upload speed on a not so good day. Like, that's the other thing is, it's one thing to look at the table. It's another thing to say, okay, yeah, this is what the recommended bit rate is for this level of upload throughput on your internet. It's another thing. What about a storm? What about a local brownout? Especially in California, electric brownouts are not unheard of. Or in other places where the electricity and infrastructure is terrible. Then you have to kind of like ratchet your expectation down further. And that's very exhausting. That's very exhausting for an activity in which many people think is just supposed to be about fun and enjoying the viewers and enjoying your audience and cultivating an audience. You agree? I'm glad to have some kindred spirits in my chats about this. Speaking of, we are multi-streaming to Twitch and to YouTube. So if you guys want to say hi to each other, feel free, though I do not recommend a cross-platform conversation beyond greetings. That's not going to work out real good for you. It's just going to be frustrating to keep up with. Oh, you switched from CapCut to DaVinci Resolve like a month or two ago? Awesome. There is a learning curve with DaVinci Resolve, but once you get over that learning curve, there are just so many things available that it's not even funny. Assuming I never get my international passport done, one other thing I'm looking to do is to upgrade to the professional suite of DaVinci Resolve, because I gotta tell you, even the free version, a lot of your B-rated movies, or, you know, like, maybe we should call them indie movies instead, you know, based on the indie gaming industry. Sharknado was a good example of a B-rated movie franchise. Some directors in the business do use DaVinci Resolve to pretty great effect. It's like a professional industry software for free. Never mind the paid version. The paid version is even better. YouTube removed your streaming privileges? Yikes. I hope they said why and didn't just, you know, not provide a reason. You appealed. They said they brought it back, but you still don't have it. Yeah, keep the appeal process. Do what you can. I've been to your stream once or twice. I don't think there's anything offensive with it. There should be nothing that would cause YouTube to terminate and or remove privileges on those grounds. You agree and you'll take it into consideration? That's pretty much all I can ask anybody to do, is just take my words into consideration. I am no one's master. They said the reason you can keep it private, totally fine with me. I'm not looking to get into your business. The question was only supposed to be, did they give you a reason? And if so, you know. But they gave you a reason, which answers my question. Keep up the appeals process, and I hope you win. Really, seriously, I do. Now, let's stop staring at this traveler and actually do something, shall we? Isn't Master Koga just so dreamy? I could stare at that poochy tummy of his all day long. Who's Master Koga? What? There's no way you don't know about him. How could anyone not know about him? He's the leader of the Yiga clan, master of countless Sheikah's secrets, and sworn enemy of a hero thought long dead. I'll take your life. What a tone switch. No, Han, listen to me. You won't be doing any such thing. Well, that didn't take long. I am definitely adding magic rod farming to my list of activities that I will be keeping up with at all times, because Blizzard Rod is too good. It is absolutely fantastic. Do not undersell the magic rods in this game. The Blizzard Rod or the Meteor Rod are both fantastic. And I say this explicitly before talking about the Thunderstorm Rod, because the Thunderstorm Rods are more offensive than anything, whereas keeping a Meteor Rod and a Blizzard Rod on hand means that you don't even have to switch into colder heat resistance. If you just keep one of those rods equipped, you can be at the top of the mountain, and as long as you don't have to do harvesting of any kind, you're good. I believe a bunch of bokoblins spotted us. Cool. They're also taking room instead of proper big weapons. That's fair. They're certainly not for everybody. I do want to be careful. We gotta take out Archer Dude first. Because we do have a silver bokoblin just already. But hey, at least the, I'm gonna make you drop your weapons. Thank you. They're useful, but they don't exactly have high attack value, and in situations where you're having to kind of like get up super close and you're not allowed any distance, yeah, the rods are not all that great. We're gonna get this. Okay, and I know the other guy is up top somewhere. You know the game is getting serious when they're giving you silvers at this stage of the game. We've only beaten 2 divine beasts, and they're already foisting some silvers at us. These are silver, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah. Let's see if we can get the killing blow. But I see. You're quite high in the point system? Point system? Oh, yeah, the thing that, determines, like, what kind of grading you have. Yeah, killing divine, or defeating divine beasts does add quite a bit to your points score. Defeating lots of enemies, which is what I generally have to do both while I'm streaming and while I'm grinding, does result in the points for specific enemies being quite high. The Lionels are beginning to be an example of this, along with the Goblins. Yeah, for those who don't know, the points system in this game is hidden from view. You aren't really ever exposed to it. You kind of have to go on a Reddit forum or something in order to get any... How do I word this? In order to get any, like, real sense of scaling, you have to, like, go to the Reddit forum, because otherwise you're kind of guessing at the scaling. Yes, it ties to the Divine Beast having more HP. It does. It does. So, the best way I can sort of think about it is Dragon Quest XI is like this, where... It's not necessarily that there's a scaling multiplier wherever you're going. There's just a level multiplier that's always in effect. Additionally, especially if you're on like Draconian Quest or other similar difficulty modifiers, those do tack on HP, attack, defense, and other values to the enemies you're fighting as you're progressing through Dragon Quest XI. So this game is very much the same way, just you don't even really get a sense of what is adding a multiplier. Like in Dragon Quest XI, you're told outright that, you know, taking on a Draconian quest makes the game harder and will in fact, it won't tell you the multiplier, but it will at least let you know things are becoming difficult. Here, you just gotta figure it out. you gotta actually FAFO and get to doing stuff, and just pay attention. There's certainly an interesting tension to the game system, if nothing else, because Breath of the Wild kind of marks a turn in Nintendo's game design philosophy where they are less... They tell people a lot less and show people a lot more. Nice. I better get rid of this doofus up here. What? Stop. How did that miss? How did that sneak attack miss? I have no idea. I'm gonna get this treasure chest, though, while the enemy isn't really looking super... Never mind. The enemy has already noticed me. Goodbye, Sir Lizalfos. Goodbye. Where are our... That is not at all what I'm looking to do. I guess I can bring out a crusher for this. Sure. I guess one thing I will say, it's more in the line of bookkeeping. If I'd have to step away for any reason, it's gonna be because of my dad today. He just got finished with some surgery. Not surgery, with some back ablations, and me and other people in the house kind of have to make sure he isn't doing too much. So if I hear something awry and out of the ordinary, don't be surprised if I just leave my desk. Just throwing that out there without getting super duper specific. Hold on, I think I hear something outside my door right now. So give me just a second. I am going to play a short ad while I figure out what's going on. Be right back. Sorry about that. I am back. Apparently it was just a phone call, but you know, I wanted to make sure I was doing my familial duty at the very least. Glad Dad's okay. Thank you, NK. I appreciate it. And let me make sure that is back up where it's supposed to be. I very much appreciate it. It's not like anything earth-shattering or anything. I need to figure out what I'm disposing of to make room for this spear, if anything. Or maybe nothing is probably the correct answer, because the spear is weaker. Yeah, you know, my dad's just an older gentleman now. He's not quite 60. He's getting there. Actually, I'm pretty sure he's not even quite 55. But, like him, you know, both my sibling and I are at risk for degenerative discs. It's the same condition he has. And I see that Korok seed. I'm gonna wait until we get the towers before dealing with it, though. That's usually my mode of operations for any time I'm in this game, is wait to get the tower, then do things. And we gotta get 2 towers first. That one and this one. Somewhere along the way, I hope to bump into Faron so that we can get a scale for the Spring of Courage, which is in the Faron Woodlands region, slash the Faron Jungles. It's actually just east of the northern section of the Lake of Hylia. So it's really not that far from here. But Faron does have to, like, I don't know, actually make a stop by. Okay, what am I waiting on? And while I'm waiting, I do want to let everybody know that we are in the midst of voting on the next game. If you go on one of the bridge wall things, there's a zone where it bugs. Bridge wall things. So one of the battlements, my display bugs out up there. All right, hang on. I'm headed back to the bridge. Oh, I might have found it. You climb on the castle-looking things. Ah, so the archways. Okay. Oh. Where's Faron? Going away from us. Okay. Heading up to the top, then. I don't want to burn into the stamina wheel, so we're gonna switch clothes here. We wait. There we go. This works out a lot better. I don't know how speedrunners do that really fast, except to just not change things. All right, so it's on one of these. Why are you coming back this way? All right, Farosh, if you're gonna do that, maybe I have a chance at getting one of your scales then. Is it gonna be a map display? It's on a side. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna let's go ahead and take care of this while we have the chance. Oh, don't get up. Yeah, we're definitely going in the water. All right. Oh, why is it raining? Of course it's raining. Nice. Wow, this is a bad time for this to be happening. And right after we've gotten the scale as well. Okay, let me think. I'm just gonna exhaust all stamina and drown. That's gonna be a lot better. Because there's no, well, maybe there's a way I can get out of this. Ha! Wow, what a rough ride. All right, let's see about getting out of this situation, eh? I was definitely prepared to just, you know, chuck away my chances, but I think I'm glad I haven't done that. Okay, this is the scale. Everything is just attempting to stop what I'm doing. Stop. And I'm getting the sense the game is arrayed against me today. It must be what happens when you're so successful at grinding. Yeah, I'm sure I'm just being superstitious is what it is. Speaking of superstition, luck, fate, destiny, do you guys believe in any of that stuff? I am certainly aware of how the words are used. I'm not really sure I believe in it, though. And I'll read the thing in just a second. In some aspects, I think if you can't know the probability of something, if you can't calculate the odds, you can't even like make an attempt to theoretically, you know, figure out the odds, then you know it's destiny, fate, luck are indistinguishable from probability because it's just stuff you don't know. I kind of liken those words to the same kind of argument that, science is just indistinguishable from magic at a certain level. If it's science you don't understand, it's magic. Like there's no difference between those things. There's no reason to try to make a distinguishing case for technology that's too advanced for you versus just pure magic. It works because it does, etc., etc. Even so, even though I'm aware of the argument, I still don't like thinking in those terms. I just shot from a bow for no reason. Okay, we can... Actually, it's probably good if we keep the cheaper shield right now. Speaking of. Hello, brother. How are you? Hey there, Eru. Good to see you. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you enjoy your stay. How have you been? I am doing okay. A bit low on drink, but I'm gonna rectify this here in about 10 minutes. We are doing some Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, that's for sure. We are going to 2 new areas today. This one here is Lake Hylia, and we're about to, as soon as we grab this tower, we're going to be on our way to getting the second one in the Faron Woodlands. That's going to be our goal today. Oh, no. I do not want to be anywhere dealing with these. This is just an enemy warehouse. Alright, give me those arrows. One thing, if you're trying to farm arrows, by the way, for those who are uninitiated or are kind of new at the game, you should kill a lot of Lizalfos. They're often archers and drop arrows. You're doing good. Just finished building a Super Mario Maker 2 level? Ooh, on the tail end of the game's lifespan as well. Have you gotten anyone to play it yet? And what kind of level is it, if you don't mind my asking? Is it like a Kaizo level, a speedrunning level, puzzler? I want to grab the camera. Fire Breath Lizalfos, yes please. I want a metallic shield right now. Oh, wait. No, wait a second. These are fire breaths. Just hit them with a nice arrow. Stop. A red Lizalfos tail. Oh, I have things to read. The severed tail of a fire breath Lizalfos. Its flavor makes the flesh inedible, but toss it into a stew with some critters and you'll have yourself a nice elixir. And we did pick up a scale. That's gonna be... Oh, I shouldn't have sorted my inventory. Now I don't exactly know where to find it. Here it is. Farosh's scale. This precious scale fell from the golden spirit Farosh. It contains powerful electricity within. You could cook with it, but just eating it seems like a waste. We're gonna use this for the Spring of Courage. Maybe we'll, do that as well today. It's in Super Mario Brothers 3 style. Ooh, nice retro style. And it's a troll level. I am a fine purveyor of Super Mario Maker 2 trolls. They're very funny. I'm trying to get a YouTuber you follow to play it. He goes by the name of DGR. Ooh, that's nice. Does it have any clears yet? Because I know he does have a series for completing uncleared levels. I don't know if it's been retired, but I know he is doing it. DGR, for those who don't know, is a prominent Super Mario speedrunner / Mario Maker content creator on YouTube. He's done other stuff, but that's mainly what he's known for. We could just ignore them. Or we could, have them come after us. Sure. You coming up here or not, Sir Silver Lizalfos? You haven't published it yet? Okay, let's get you let's get you disabled temporarily. Oh, yeah, that is an instant one. Wow, my goodness. Yeah, I better not mess around with this. Your Nintendo Switch Online ran out? Ooh, I think mine's coming due next month. And I hardly have the cash to renew it. So I better get right on it. I forget if you need a Nintendo Switch Online account and, subscription to publish levels. Someone else will have to give me the rundown, but I'm fairly sure you don't need a Switch Online account to publish levels. You only need them to play other people's levels or access like the Super Worlds feature. I could be incorrect though. I better take my prospects on this super seriously. Okay, yep. Okay. Well, he's gone. He's done and dusted now. Good. Now I just need to restore health and finally keep continuing. You need it? You checked some days ago? Sadness. 2 years ago? Fair. Fair. But I mean, if you know the information, you know it, right? Well, I know one way. Oh, right. So your issue is you can't publish the level. That sucks. Hopefully you can find a way to get the to renew your Switch Online account, because I don't think you can publish any other way without it. I'm not 100% sure. I am not a connoisseur of Super Mario Maker 2, like, on actual console. I don't play it often. In fact, I think the last time I cracked it open was like 4 years ago? Long time ago. Number irrelevant.
Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fair.
Sure, I can eat an apple for you. That's totally fine. Yes, even without the health. You're welcome. I am gonna change up both the small in-game action and the large in-game action have like quotes. I do think I want to change the large one to actually have like an animation to go with it. That probably requires figuring out some extra things with Blurp or incorporating yet another bot, but I do actually want to have a coin flip like sort of thing for the large in-game action. Things I've been thinking about. For the most part, I've got a ton of audio redemption features. Speaking of audio redemptions, also, Firebot add timer. Oh, that's why, because they're actually disabled. I should fix that. And let me go ahead and throw out a test one as well. As soon as I get the opportunity. Yeah, so I came up with that little nice advertising alert. That way, you know, I don't have to I don't have to mention it before we take the intermission or anything. It's been fun. Gotta go. See you in another life, brother. Thank you, Eru. Thank you for your company. Enjoy yourself. And if I don't see you back, you know, have a good rest of your day. That would be my stepmother and her sister and her dog coming over. I don't think anyone can actually hear the dogs barking, which I think is a good thing, but... yeah, if people were wondering why I was turning this way, that was why. And let me get YouTube back up on the dock where it should be. I do want to thank everybody for being here. I really appreciate the company. I'm hoping that now that I've gotten a lot of this work done with, you know, Firebot and everything. That is not at all correct. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I got caught up outside while I was getting a drink and everything. What was I saying? Also have to make sure the scenes are switched over and everything. I have forgotten what I was saying previously, so we're just gonna keep it moving. So it's supposedly on a side? I'll go back and take another crack at that and see if we can't find it. Because that would be an interesting glitch. Something like kind of unique. I just was also trying to keep things moving at the same time. And I got caught up with Farosh, because that's kind of a rare opportunity. Something that people might not know about the dragon spirits of the land, they are both dragon and spirit, is that they have a 24-hour cooldown on when you can farm parts from them. So even if we bump into Farosh again, we cannot get more parts. We are stuck waiting, which is totally fine. It's just something that we should be aware of as we continue. So if you want a different part, you gotta make sure your shot counts. Okay, so it's on this castle-looking thing, is what you were saying, and it was on a side. So my guess is gonna be this rubble-looking side. Probably over here. Just a place where the camera can get kind of funky. I might look up the glitch in question. So that we can maybe see it later. For the time being, I'm gonna keep things moving. We really got quite a bit of land to cover today, and not a terrible amount of time to do it. Oh, did I not? We never took a snap of you, which I found out through one of the grinding videos I'm trying to work on. We've never taken a snap of a mountain goat, and I needed to fix that. So we fixed it. We fixed it just now. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so already, please follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. These are free, easy methods to help the channel grow. They mainly only cost button clicks. Please also consider checking out the Discord, which has been linked on the Twitch side. It has been recently linked on the YouTube side. This would be where I would like to have thumbnails or timestamps present in the chat. Yeah, I would like to see some timestamps in the YouTube chat. That's another thing I want worked out with Social Stream Ninja, which I probably need to check for an update on sooner rather than later. Let's go ahead and get this display back where it should be. I'll have to look into the combined chat doc again when the stream is over, probably. But my timers are based on a real world timer, so I need to look at the Actually, is there a way I can check out? Maybe not. Okay, not gonna fiddle with it right now. I'm wondering if there's a way I can display the actual hours, minutes, and seconds in OBS directly, so that's less of a issue, I'm less surprised by it, but 'tis fine. Go switch back over. You can take a hike, Mr. Land Octorok. Welcome to the Faron Woodlands, everybody. If you guys want a copy of the map I am using, please feel free to type in !BOTWMAP. And for YouTube, you guys can use an asterisk instead. This will bring you to the interactive map. There is a fancier coordinate map. Thank you very much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay. And Amaguana 2007. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you are well in health and spirit today. Hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at the relative bottom of the second hour. We are working toward getting the Faron Woodlands Tower today. I give you a tip if you don't want your stamina to be consumed. Hold down the whistle button and press B many times. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta do a funky claw grip when I try this, though. I got a question, Amaguana, since you're giving that tip. I'm pretty sure you can't, like, reconfigure controls? Just looking at this, it doesn't look like you can configure controls. Do the folks that have that sort of thing just use a special controller? Do they, grip the controller funny? Because for me to do that, for me to run and whistle and move in a direction, I kind of have to, like, use my middle index finger to, like, move around. What button do I use to run? B. Here's where a controller extension would be pretty nice to have on the screen. Yeah, it's the B button on a Switch Pro controller. Gonna keep moving while we're having this conversation. B button to move, or B button to run, X button to jump. I know my sibling has those backwards. They use X to dash and B to run. That helps you a lot. I guess if you're not trying to control the camera right, then it's something like this.
Hey!
Yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, hey there, Bear Type. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Welcome back. How are you in health and spirit today? Hope you enjoy your stay. I'm doing okay. Also, I'm pretty sure this isn't in the doc, right? Yeah, the combined chat doc just isn't working. We'll get back to you. I'm good. Okay, no problem. Amaguana, if you're still here, since you've given that tip, I'm going to presume you're not new to Breath of the Wild, but what's your experience with Breath of the Wild? Is it a game that you've, played through once? Is it a game you've played through many times? Do you regularly speed run it? I'm curious where my audience sits in terms of their experience. I've had people from all across the spectrum, come visit me and share their experiences with Breath of the Wild. Some people are new, and I've had many veterans actually come in and give me tips and stuff, which I'm very appreciative of. Hello.
Hey!
Hey, buddy.
Hi!
Hey, are you even listening? Want to spend some time with me? I refuse. Why, but why? Don't you like me? If you do, please close those eyes. I don't like you. You're so mean. Well then, Hylian champion. Now, time for you to die. I don't think so. We're gonna freeze you solid. And we're going to knock you out. Boy, that didn't take very long. Okay, so we want to be heading basically kind of like this way. We're out in eastern Includa, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's probably the name of the actual region. I'm not sure why I'm referring to it as the Faron Woodlands or the Faron Jungle. It's probably actually called the Includian Jungle, if I'm just thinking about how I would say the words. You know, as someone who lived in that world, I would definitely refer to them as the Nickelodeon Jungle. Maybe I should go back and edit that after the stream is over. Hey, Suzuna? Suzuna. Wow, you've got like a really chiseled face, ma'am. It's unusual to see someone out here traveling alone. Where are you headed? To the east. Headed east, huh? Going to Floria Falls by any chance? Ooh, I remember Floria Falls. I've heard some strange stories about that place. Stories about a creature that looks like a huge snake. I'm headed toward the Faron grasslands. You want to hear my story? Sure, I'll tell you. It was a while back. I'd lost my best friend, a horse I've been traveling with for years and years. And then, I heard this tale of the fountain in the Faron grasslands. A magical fountain that can revive lost horses. This might sound strange, but do you believe it's possible to bring a dead horse back to life? Ah, they're referring to the horse goddess. Yes, I am a believer. I believe it too. I have to believe in my heart that I'll see my friend again. They may not be happy with you if you do, though. So, the Lake of the Horse God and Ibarra-Boot. Ibarra-Boot. May I borrow a boot? What now? This area here is where the Fountain of the Horse Goddess is. They're kind of like a great fairy, but they're not exactly a great fairy. Maybe I'll also show that off today. Just pick it up. Ooh, all kinds of travelers on this road. Yeah. Come take a look at my goods. They come directly from the famous Lurelin village. Is your name Cumin by chance? Or a play on cumin? Cumin? I think of cumin when I think of your name. Sorry. Who can resist fresh fish and fruit from southern Hyrule? My donkey's back is packed with top choice merchandise. So take your time browsing the goods. These fish and fruits come from Lurelin village. Take your time looking. We need durian and palm fruit. We don't have a whole bunch of these staples. We should take what we can get. And besides, I've got some amber that we can sell to, like, offset the costs. Something else you need? Yes, I want your money. A lot of it. So that's gonna be right here. We have 40 amber that I'm gonna sell right here. See you around. Oh, is this a stable? I think we're headed toward a stable. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it's like nearby stable. Well, you know, we might as well complete a shrine while we're here. Just have a nice change of pace. Look, this game might be a barren wasteland at some points, but it is definitely full of things to do for a good chunk of them. And these shrines are, of course, one of them. Now, we are reaching part of, we're in the part of the game where I'm relatively familiar. So we've got, like, the Island of Eventide and, you know, the Horse Goddess. You've got the Spring of Courage. I do remember a good chunk of it. Really, the main areas I have not quite yet done. Oh, it's a combat shrine. Nice. The main thing I haven't really done is the desert area. I've pretty much gotten my mitts everywhere else. I haven't even found the tower in the Gerudo Desert Valley. Like, that's how much of it I've not done. I've completed the first DLC, because I did try to stream this many years ago. Maybe, 3-4 years ago? Something like that. And I wasn't that far away from beating it, but stuff happened. School happened. Let's go ahead and fire up the combat test. Level 2 scout, you got it. Uh-oh. Yep, I did not do that correctly. These ones aren't too difficult, really. Okay, are you dashing or are you doing the updraft thing? You're doing the updraft thing. I will absolutely dump one of these shields. Let's dump a Lizal shield. The combat tests are one of the easiest things, and I guess my specialty with games like this is the action combat systems. I've always been a huge fan. I'm a challenge runner. I'm an off-again, on-again challenge runner for Elden Ring and Dark Souls content, so combat systems like these are very much my bread and butter. I'm very good at them, given the time to master them. I am going to dump off a weapon to get the boomerang, to dump it off and get the sword. We don't need a boomerang right now. This throwing weapon was originally used by the forest-dwelling Koroks. Its unique shape allows it to return after being thrown. Very good in a lightning storm situation, not so much in other respects. Ooh, and you know what I just realized I forgot to do? I totally said I was going to do this at the start of the stream. I was meant to go get the Master Sword. We were going to pull out the Master Sword. It was going to be a grand old time, because we're sitting on 12 containers, and I think this will make 7 spirit orbs? I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. Let's see. Yeah, 7. May the goddess smile upon me. After we get the 13 heart containers, we'll get the last stamina wheel and then get the rest of the hearts. That's kind of my overall game plan. If you guys could feel free to type an !BOTW goals into the chat. And for you guys on YouTube, it's an asterisk instead. And that'll kind of like explain what I'm doing. I'll even show the... you guys could even see the path I've kind of outlined for us by... You won't be here from Sunday to Sunday. You're going on vacation. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Hopefully your vacation goes well. I am fighting my obvious urge to ask where you're vacationing, because I think that's private information. So I'm not going to ask that. Instead, what I'll say is, I can't make this stuff up. If I tried. Good lord. I just shot that guy in the head on the way down. Jump slash? More like jump shot. I'm going to Lapland. Don't know it. So, you know what? Security guaranteed. I have no idea where that is. I'm not even going to pull up my phone to look it up. Yeah, very much a bow shot. It's something I probably will not be getting again, even if I tried for it. It's an area. Hold on, this sentence is a little bit chopped up. It's an. I think that I know that first part is saying it's an area, not very a. I don't know what the A for the country is. So it's like within the country. Am I figuring that part out correctly? That's really about as much as I want to figure out. I really don't want to be in the. I don't want to be in the habit of figuring out people's vacation destinations, especially given the modern surveillance state in today's era. I just don't want to deal with that. It's an area that's in a few countries. Okay. Nope. No problems, bear type. Thank you for putting up with me and my curiosity. It's something that can very much get me and a lot of my friends in trouble. I appreciate your patience. Appreciate your patience and latitude. And all that fun stuff. Yeah, don't even... I see you hiding out there, Sir Octorok. What? I'm normally supposed to get something. I'm not delusional. This has happened before. You do need to wake up at 4 a.m., flight in 8 a.m., 3 p.m. getting there. Right? I'm pretty sure when it died, the texture just yeeted the items. It's probably sitting on the ground inside the statue. That was very strange. 3 p.m. getting there in a 2-hour drive-in bus? Sounds like you have a busy day, and that starts from Sunday to Sunday. So that starts in like what? 3 days from now? Yeah, that's... my folks are going to be taking a trip to, like, Nashville pretty soon. Nashville, Tennessee. And, they're going to be seeing a lot of nice things for a honeymoon. Which, I hope my folks have a nice honeymoon. I'm going to be holding down the fort here at the house. Because Nashville is not really my cup of tea. 1, and 2, it's a honeymoon. Why would you bring your kids along to a honeymoon? Or why would you bring along related parties to a honeymoon? That's supposed to be for couples and stuff. Yeah, me, single 30-year-old dude hanging out in Nashville by himself. Yuck. Oh? A visitor? So deep in the forest. Oh. Ah, we meet again. I trust you're keeping well? I know a song about this place. Would you like to hear the ancient verse passed down in this region? Sure, Cass. Oh. Excellent. Without further ado. Where the forest dragon splays its jaws. Wow, that's a long delay. A shrine sleeps with noble cause. That's it. Usually your verses have a bit more verve to them, Cass. Still, we give this man a round of applause anyway, because Cass has a wife and kids, and we like family men around here. The nice kind. The forest dragon? I've never seen a dragon in a forest around these parts. Though I suppose the forest could be the song from the Damel Forest north of here. There's definitely a secret lying in wait. It's just a matter of tracking it down. May the light illuminate your path. Cool, we're not going there yet. Like I said, we need to get the tower first. And then we'll think about doing that. So, welcome to the jungle part of the game, everybody. the area takes on just a different countenance altogether. There are tree houses with enemy forts attached to them. There's a lot of high-rise forts where enemies just kind of sit in perches and shoot at you. There's like raw durian you can find here. There's native thunderstorms that just happen all the time. Speaking of, there's an upcoming thunderstorm, and I want to make sure that we are covered for that. I really like this part of Hyrule. Eastern Includa is one of my favorite spots. You know, not beating out Zora's Domain, but I still like it. I just think it's such a different... The Zelda series is a lot more... It's a lot more, like, bog, swamp friendly than it is jungle friendly. It's hard to do jungle right without it just having a nice musical accompaniment, followed by weird art design. The Minish Cap is a good example of this, where you've got, what is it, Krennel Bog? Krennel Marsh? Something like that. And the music design is very much influenced, or has, like, subtle Eastern influences in it. Which, don't get me wrong, I love Krennel Bog. No, that's Mount Krennel. I'm thinking of something. Hold on. Sorry, did you say anything? Oh, I was just talking about, like, jungles. You were gone for a second? Nope, no worries, bear type. I was talking about the designs for jungles in the Zelda series as, like, a whole. And, just that good jungle design is very hard to come by in Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda franchise titles usually have bogs or swamps or something else. This is one of the few jungle areas I think the Legend of Zelda series does really well. The art style also kind of, like, helps shore it up, but... That's one. And I know a second one is just kind of, like, chasing people. Uh-oh. Jungle is hard to do in all games, pretty much. Trying to think of where a jungle might have been done correctly. Sorry, I'm, like, really thinking here. Oh, I've played dozens of games over the years. The Hollow Jungle. Okay, it took me a second to think of one. There, in the Baton Kaitos, like, 2-game series, there is a jungle on a planet called the Hollow Jungle. I shouldn't say planet. It's more like a nation, like a floating nation state. Baton Kaitos is very weird. Bottom line up front. Baton Kaitos is just kind of an aesthetically weird game. Excellent music, though. Monolith Soft, one of Monolith Soft's, like, first truly stellar titles with good musical direction is the Baton Kaitos franchise. I really recommend it, even if the system's a bit weird. Anyway, the Hollow Jungle does a good job at being a jungle with jungle flora and wildlife without falling into the typical, oh, there's a tribe of people here who are primitive savages. You know, this, like, the game does a lot, like, usually in jungles, you'll see a lot of the savage native trope, and the game kind of sometimes sidesteps or does this to just explain, yeah, we're doing the trope. So sometimes the game will quite literally spit 20 seconds of gibberish at you in the form of lore to justify a shitty game design thing. Of just, yeah, we did the stereotype again. Hooray! Said no one ever. Oh, it's these guys? You've run into them before? I think we've taken care of the attacker. So why is she still down? They usually get up pretty That's why. Alright, I believe they're a pair of ladies, right? Ooh, I blame my sister entirely for this. Let's go hunt for truffles, she says. It'll be fun, she says. We're traveling all over to find hardy truffles. I know, it's dangerous for two folks to travel on their own these days. You don't have to tell me twice, but when I think about how wonderful those truffles taste, all the worries and warnings just melt away. We were minding our own business, hunting for truffles, and then wham! Monsters out of nowhere. I blame my sister, really. She's the one who refuses to go home until we find some hardy truffles. All this for mushrooms, ladies and gentlemen. Truffles are a real-world delicacy, though, so on some level, I don't blame people for wanting to be a little bit of a risk taker, but generally, if you're gonna play, if you're gonna go out hunting for like rare mushrooms like that, typically you kind of do your research beforehand. You don't just go groping around in various jungles and other places looking for them. You do the smart thing and you get a pet pig and you train it on truffles. They're called truffle hunting hogs. It's not an uncommon thing in, I want to say it's like an infrequent thing in the English Isles, British Isles, / the United Kingdom. Yeah, there's like I'm pretty sure there's a league of truffle hunters up there. I don't know if there's ones in the US, but I know it's a practice that people collectively agree to do sometimes. Am I the only one that still plays Cookie Clicker? Probably not. Cookie Clicker is like the OG idle game. Definitely not the only one. You're over 3 months in? Not a lot? Yeah, that sounds about right. My idle game of choice whenever I get around to playing it is Realm Grinder. I played it on Congregate back when Congregate was a real site. These days it's a GameStop Flash wannabe site, and it's not even like properly maintained. So there is the Steam version of Realm Grinder, but that you can transfer all your Congregate stuff over from, but I don't much play it anymore because it demands a lot of resources on your computer, and especially when you're streaming, you don't want people hearing random Realm Grinder noises. You don't want that. So I stopped. You used to play PVZ1 a ton with your dad on PS3, phone, everywhere. PVZ1. I have to look that up. I do not know what that is. Hang on. I don't feel like everybody should have to spoon feed me information. I don't think that's very fair. Plants vs. Zombies. I have heard of that game. What is it? Nintendo Capri Sun? Yeah, Nintendo Capri Sun did a playthrough of Plants vs. Zombies. I'm also pretty sure Salmons, who is a Stardew Valley streamer, content creator these days, has played Plants vs. Zombies in the past. Okay, I'm like vaguely familiar. Isn't that a strategy game? Well, I'm looking up the concept of the game. It is tower defense. Okay. You're putting plants that hit zombies and get to another world. You downloaded a mod for it recently? Oh, yeah, can you play it on computer? I thought it was a console special, but you might be able to play it on computer. If so, modding probably isn't out of the question. Are you enjoying plants? Oh, you said used to play with it, so I don't know if you still do. But since you've downloaded a mod for it recently, I'm going to presume you're gearing up to play it, Bear type, Plants vs. Zombies 1? What? My name is Tatsuna. I'm a huge... Okay, I got a good read on your facial expression now, so let me try that delivery again. What? Me? My name is Tatsuna. I'm a huge fan of pretty much anything and everything related to dragons. I had a strange feeling when I was near Lake Floria. It felt exactly how I'd imagined being near a dragon would feel. There is an old PC version, but they got sued because there was Michael Jackson in it. On consoles, it's not in it. Yeah, I can imagine, because, you know, Michael Jackson stuff tends to really make the music, like, really makes the music industries and the companies that are latched on to Michael Jackson's brand want their royalties. Doing Michael Jackson music or having Michael Jackson music anywhere is expensive. There's a good reason why a lot of people avoid his music like the plague, unless they're, you know, seeing something old. Yes, I know, there's a shrine, like, out here. Faron, oh, Beetle. Hello, Beetle. Faron Woods does have a lot of spicy peppers as well, so if you're looking to harvest spicy peppers, you don't have to be limited to Mount Lanayru. The Faron Woodlands are another place where you can find that sort of stuff. Hello, Beetle. How are you feeling today? Wow! Appear to have a bladed rhino beetle. Yes, yes, I will give it to you for a meat and rice bowl. Yum. I mean, it's food at least. I'll add this bad boy to my beetle collection. What if you have arrows? You have arrows. Cool. I'm gonna take all of them. Because it would be nice to have 300 of them again. No, we're good, Beetle. Thank you very much. So I'm gonna take the old PC version is probably like a fork, right? A fork of I'm trying to think. It's kind of like the Ocarina of Time 1.0 port, where it's like people that are distributing that are likely gonna draw Nintendo's ire, because Ocarina of Time 1.0 has the Islamic chants in it, or something that is based on Islamic chants, and they really had to pull that product from shelves. So anybody trying to profiteer off of a mistake Nintendo clearly made and tried really hard to backpedal from, it would draw their ire. But I'm guessing something similar is going on with PVZ1. Excuse me. Don't you think the waterfall flowing down from Lake Floria is the very picture perfection? It's a nice view, I'll grant you that, game. There's something strange at the top of that waterfall, though. Climb the ladder on the watchtower and take a peek. You'll probably need a telescope or something for good luck. Well, that part's easy. Oh, I remember. There's like a, there's a quest involving this, I'm pretty sure. Hey, buddy, got a map? I have one. So on this map of yours, do you see dueling peaks to the north of here? Well, apparently that used to just be one mountain a really long time ago. I could guess. The legends say that a dragon god split the mountain in half to forge a way through, and that's how it went from 1 to 2. Recently, some are even saying they've seen the shadow of a large creature on the surface of Lake Floria. I wonder if any of that is true. Oh dear, lightning strikes this stable so often. I get nervous whenever it rains even a little. I just don't understand why it strikes so often. Hey, it's a long shot, but if you have some time, could you find out why? Sure. You will? Really? I'm so happy. I'm counting on you. I'm pretty sure there's just something stuck on the top of it drawing attention. Rumor Mill, Volume 6. Tracy here, bringing you the latest news and gossip from morning to night. Glowing blue bunny. Oh, bloopies. We already know about these, but what do you gotta say, Tracy? A long time ago, there was a skilled hunter. On the way back from a hunt, he saw a light moving in the darkness. Without hesitation, he fired an arrow toward it, and where it had been, he had found a bunch of rupees. From that day forward, whenever he saw a similar light, he would fire an arrow at it. He always found rupees where his target had been, and he grew quite rich. Or so the story goes. I bet you think it's just a myth, right? Then what do you say about all the people who claim to have seen a glowing blue bunny in the forest lately? You'd probably say, "Oh, Tracy, thank you for writing Volume 6. Sounds about right." You should say that, because the blue bunny is the light the hunter saw. Finding it means finding lots and lots of rupees. I can't endorse this bit of gossip enough. Tracy's recommendation, 5 stars. Wait, I don't know how to use a bow and arrow. That really puts a damper on things. Oh, so you gave a recommendation for people to go sightsee bloopies, but not actually shoot them. Cool. Tracy's recommendation shifts to a 1 out of 5. What a roller coaster. Ugh. Man, Tracy, you should think about, I don't know. You know, think before you speak? Wait. Like, feeding the dog time. Eat the meat. I always did like doing this. Now that I know I can do that, I can do that with a lot of pets. I'm pretty sure there are lots of pets that, will eat things you feed them. So this quest, we can go ahead and knock out. It's pretty much exactly what you think it is. You just get on the top of this thing. You get on top of this thing, and there should be like an embedded sword in it or something. As soon as I can not be derpy about it. And then after we get this stable, we should be able to do a shrine. The shrines are like the one thing I will do without a tower present. Just because we might as well take care of them while we're right there. Yeah, I thought so. Just a little axe. Might as well grab this. Drop it down and then go about our business. Ma'am, I found the source of your problems. Run away. I guess I will later.
Hi.
I plan to go to the Highland Stable via Faron Woods in the west. I'm still a novice adventurer, so I'm really excited.
Oh.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Welcome. Will you be staying with us? Give me the soft bed, please. Sleep until tomorrow morning. So the timers that I have are based on the real world clock, for the Firebot ones anyway. So if you're wondering why I've been caught off guard by the transition between breaks, that's why. It's based on the real world equivalent, or the real world approaching the 5-minute mark, or, you know, transitioning to a new hour. So I've been trying to like structure my streams to fit around everything being on those timers. It hasn't been a perfect transition, but I will say I do enjoy the heavy lifting that the program is doing for me. It's nice to not have to talk about a whole bunch of stuff all at once. And, you know, I can just let the timers kind of take it away. Speaking of, there's one right there. It's nice to not have to worry about chilling that stuff. The only thing I really want to do is, like, maybe promote, you know, the, like, the benefits packages, which I guess I'll do now. You know, I've talked about free, easy methods for helping the channel grow, and I do want people to know that financial contributions are never required to be here. You being here, lurking, talking, whatever, is more than sufficient for me. That said, if you do want to financially contribute, for you guys on Twitch, I recommend a Tier 1 subscription. For $6 a month, you get all your ads cut out. You get 5 emotes. You get extra Discord perks. You get double quantity on channel points, as well as the overtones, all kinds of goodies. A large part of them are Discord derived though, so do consider joining the Discord to make the most out of all those benefits. For you guys on YouTube, I'm going to recommend Patreon or Coffee instead. There are... How do I word this? There are... For $2, you could get largely the same benefits. And obviously, if I could, you know, set everything up to be $2 no matter which platform you're on, I would do that. But I am not in control of those prices. Otherwise, I absolutely would. Because that's about what I think my stuff is actually worth, is $2. It would certainly be nice. Also, if you've got Prime Gaming on Twitch, back on the Twitch side for a second, if you've got Prime Gaming, you do get a usage of it for free every month with your Amazon Prime account, so consider tossing one this way. You get most of the same perks as a regular Tier 1 sub, you just don't get the ads cut out. Moving back over to YouTube, Patreon and Coffee are how you guys are going to close the gap on benefits, and again, I really encourage joining the Discord. It's a pretty quiet community, but I am looking to cultivate it one heart and one mind at a time. And the more of us there are, the more we could, you know, gripe together about our geopolitical woes. Or, you know, talk about everyone's favorite food dish or whatever. I've been thinking about putting in a couple of other bots to, like, help with server engagement. I don't know what they're gonna be yet, though. I'm taking some notes on from other Discords I'm part of, though. I'll think of something. Just to kind of get us, like, closer to knowing one another on, like, a somewhat of a personal level. Because that's how you cultivate communities, right? You know, along with actually visiting other folks' Twitch channels. Something I'm very bad about not doing. Anyway, thank you guys for putting up and bearing with that chilling. It's time for that to stop now. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Don't worry, I did. But more importantly, where's the chick who was griping about lightning storms? You were out here somewhere. She was out here earlier. Is she tending the horses? Alright. I need to know where you are, ma'am. Maybe up here? No. It's not really it. Where is she? she on the main road and I just am not aware, or what? I might have to sleep until afternoon to figure out what the heck is going on. What special brand of loony does it take to go traveling without a map? I was just trying to not talk to you. I don't know what you were trying to say there, sir. He should have remembered our answer as well, because we talked to him earlier about having a map, and he was all too eager to spit out a whole bunch of stuff, and then, for whatever reason, just wasn't enough. Oh well, whatever. I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off, which I need to not be doing. Where is this chick? Where did she go? She like up there? Alright, let's try sleeping at a different time. Unless she's still back on the bed. Oh, there you are. Boy, you aren't an early riser, are you, madam? What? You found what was drawing the lightning here? It was a metal axe. Ah, aha! Yeah, that's as good as a lightning rod, isn't it? I wonder if someone put it up there on purpose. How strange. Thanks for looking into it for me. Here's something for your trouble. A helmet made from ancient techniques and electricity-resistant material. Okay, we have about 4-ish minutes before the adverts come around, but, because, again, it's based on the real-world clock, so not the stream clock. We're about a minute behind, for whatever reason. Let's go ahead and keep going. An electricity-resistant material. It's made from something called rubber. Yeah, this part of it is not new. But this is how you get the rubber suit, or rubber set. You get one of the pieces for it there. You can finally relax. I'll bet. Let's put on the Sheikah set. Because we don't need that now. Now we can try to make it up to the tower. Which is subsequently right over there. Let's see if we can make it to the tower before the adverts come around. Thank you, Mifa. We love you, Mifa. Now we just do a nice little short climb to get up here, and there we go. Wow! Hey, dude, we get it! Oh, gee, the Octorok body was actually in the wall, and it spat out the correct reward. But when something is on the surface of a freaking pillar, nope, it was like just sucking all that reward up the inside the statue, or like broken pillar. Real nice of you, game. Real exceptionally nice. I'm not a huge fan of tower defense games, but I do hope that people get enjoyment out of Plants vs. Zombies. What level of Wizrobe are you? It's one of ya. Goodbye. That didn't take long. Let us get our sweet, sweet rewards. Yeah, just give me all of that, please. All of this delicious loot. Scrumptious. And same deal. I was not expecting them to, bounce over that way. Okay, we've snapped a picture of that. Good. And then we can just climb over like this. And then after that, we can get to doing some other really nice tasks, huh? Okay. Ad break should be occurring in just a moment, so I will see you guys after that ad break. Thank you guys so much for your patience. And I really like that everyone was able to come here and keep me company today. Thank you. sorry about that. I am back. Let's kick things off. Shilling is pretty much all taken care of. So we shouldn't need any more shilling for the rest of the evening. I have no idea why the activity feed appears to be not working either. Let's change that. Yep, there appears to be some, like, active communication errors going on between OBS and a number of other things. Yeah, this is usually why I restart the stream, by the way. Or why not restart the stream. It's usually why I restart OBS before each stream, specifically to prevent stuff like this from happening. All right, we have all the towers, or not all the towers, but we have like a good chunk of them. Let us start by heading toward the... Let's start by heading toward the Drakuzu Lake. Yeah, let's start going that way. I did want to display the Spring of Courage after all. And of course it's raining as soon as I attempt to do this. Cool. Well, it's not exactly raining, but like it's raining right now. Thankfully, we're coming up on the end of it in the game. Also, let me rearrange some things since the activity feed is clearly not working. There we go. All rearranged. Once I've shown off these couple of things, I probably will. I'll look into the like horse apparel. That'll be my next order of business. Nice. We got some luminous rocks. Oh, I did farm some diamonds. We got 7 diamonds, which we actually could make the swap for even more diamonds, but I opted not to do this. I opted to keep things as they were, and we're kind of basically just gonna scale the mountainside here. That's gonna be a lot better for us moving forward. And it basically skirts around the entire front half of the, you know, Spring of Courage. Because the Spring of Courage can be scary. There are tons of Lizalfos everywhere. Is that a Decayed Guardian? I think it is. No, it is a Dead Guardian. What about that one? There's a Decayed Guardian. Probably don't want to stay up on this side of the thing for... What the heck was that?
You're the devil's puppet.
That's what I had to say about that random noise I heard earlier. Random gobbledygook gibberish? Or random screaming? Yeah, I'll say. Random screaming is what's nice. Oh, it didn't take snapsies. Let's fix that. Snapsies. Nice. We are making incredibly good progress. It's nice to be making some again, even if it's not, you know, in the direction of a divine beast. It is nice to be making some progress. It feels good. It feels great to make some. Making progress is like obtaining that nice little boost of dopamine after you've accomplished a speed run or are performing well in a hitless challenge in Dark Souls or Elden Ring. And I don't think there's nary a soul that would disagree with the pursuit of dopamine. Give me that prime gourmet steak, please. Well, it's prime, not anything else, but it is prime. Okay, drop down, head over this way. And now we do the same thing we did at the Spring of Wisdom. We hold Farosh's scale, and we place it on the altar. Now, the interesting part is we only have one spring left to actually collect the shrine for, and that's the Spring of Power. And the Spring of Power is actually up here in Akala. Way over here. Actually, like, way over... over here. It's really surprising, because you spot Dinral toward, like, the Hebra area. You don't really see it, like, traveling over into the Death Mountain area. You really don't see that anywhere. Which I think is cool. Also, let me go ahead and put up... I apparently missed the YouTube doc. Go ahead and jump on down and get these orbs. Actually, now I'm thinking on it, before, like, we've gotten the Spring of Courage, and we're about to get a blessing. We should actually go and pull the Master Sword out. Yes, yes. Thank you, Shay Katha. Much appreciated. Shakalaka. I don't know. But my inventory is full. I'll drop a Guardian Sword, sure. Yes, Sir Monk, thank you for allowing me to get the 14th, not the 14th heart container, but like the 14th, spirit orb turn-in thing. Ugh. This right eye is very very sleep chronic. All right, so let's see. We're gonna head over to the Lost Woods, because there is a there should be a shrine in there. Or not a shrine. There's a goddess statue for turning in for turning in spirit orb upgrades. And there are like a couple of other things I can probably show off as well before I figure out what precisely I'm doing. So the the glowy hoppy. Did you bring it for me? I apparently did. Wait a minute. Is that a real Bloopy? It sure is. Wow, it's even more beautiful than Peaks imagined. Thanks so much, Mr. Hero. Now I'm content. Oh, and here's a little thank you gift. Peaks didn't forget. Oh yeah, Mr. Hero needs rupees sometimes, right? If you desperately need rupees, you should shoot an arrow at a Bloopy. I hear they drop lots of rupees if you hit them. Oh man, I'm so glad I got to see something so cool. Peaks is so happy right now. You're welcome. Oh, dear sweet goddess. Give me your 13th heart container. No, I will turn in those spirit orbs later. What I want to do right now is buy up stocks of everything in the shop, save the game, make an attempt at pulling out the sword, and then cry if I need more than 13 hearts. And oh, hello. All right, sure. No, I didn't change my mind. My buttons were just, getting in my way. Oh my god. No, why did I turn that way? I don't want to sell anything, thank you. I will take all of your grains of rice. And cane sugar, because we can never have too many of those. Alright, we've bought out the shop. Let's, we're gonna go make a save and try this again. Even on the Switch, the game kind of, like, struggles to push out frame rate here. Alright, let's try. Master Sword height. Good on you for being here to catch this.
Your master will come for you.
Oh.
Until then, you shall rest safely here. Although the slumber of restoration will most certainly deprive him of his memories, please trust me when I say that I know he will arrive before you yet again.
If I may be so bold, what is it that you are planning to do next, Princess?
The Master Sword. I heard it speak to me. It seems that my role is unfinished. There is still something I must do.
I sense there is great strength in your dedication.
Great Dekutri, I ask of you, when he returns, can you please relay this message? Tell him
Now then, words intended for him would sound much better in the tones of your voice, don't you think?
Yes.
What you just saw happened where you stand 100 years ago. After you were separated from the sword, the princess thought to bring it here, where she knew that it would be safe under my watch. She continues to fight, trapped deep within the confines of Hyrule Castle. Her heart cascades with faith that you will return. She has a smile like the sun. I would do much to feel its warmth upon me once again.
We have no room for this sword in our inventory. Sorry, I just had to make that joke. I had to do it. Okay, let me go and catch other statements. Nothing on Twitch, so it's just YouTube. It is a very iconic moment. The legendary sword that seals the darkness. Its blade gleams with a sacred luster that can oppose the calamity. Only a hero chosen by the sword itself may wield it. What happens if you don't have room? I have no idea. I think it, like, punts one of the weapons out from your inventory to make room, because the Master Sword never leaves your inventory. I'm pretty sure. Only a chosen hero may wield it. That blade has a name. It is the Master Sword. When used against Calamity Ganon or those tainted by his malice, it will become suffused with holy light. At such times, the true power of the sword will manifest. But be warned, do not rely too much on its power. If you wield it without need, its power will be exhausted, and it will no longer be of use to you. Should this happen, you must wait for the sword to recover. It would be rash to rely on this sword alone to defeat Ganon. I suggest you free the divine beast before facing him. Oh. So these are all the inventory, these were all the weapons we had before. I guess it just has a slot all the time? Honestly, if you put Master Sword in the stream, you could get a few views. A small streamer I like you like a small streamer you liked. Their best stream was the Master Sword stream. Yeah, I thought about that, but I figured that title would be a little bit disingenuous. I may go back and edit the title of the stream for the VOD purposes to perhaps squeeze a few more views out of that, but again, I think I think that could be a little bit disingenuous. I'll at least think about it. Honestly, the Master Sword didn't even cross my mind when making the thumbnail. Whatever you would like. I do appreciate the advice, though, Bear Type. You're right. You're absolutely correct. It's not. I'm not saying the advice you're giving is bad or that you are being dishonest or nothing like that. It's just I'm explaining my perception of that action and what I think other people's perception of it might be if I went and changed the title midstream or even after when I'm considering doing it for the VOD or whatever. I think people might find that scummy. But that's just me. So we got the Master Sword. Now, thanks for getting it. No problem. It took me a minute to parse your statement, but I think I got the bottom line of it. How do you get to the shrines in this forest? Just go there. Oh, there's a path. So the shrines in the forest do have a path, except this one. This one, it's tucked into the backside here. This one here, tucked into the backside, already active. This one here is the... I'm trying to remember. One of these was a Trial in Darkness. One of these was a... I got to the middle? Okay, yes. So it's just the side quests. One of them is carry wooden weapons all the way to the end. I'm pretty sure that might be Mito's Swamp. One of these is just navigate the darkness. And another one is make it through to the end by... Oh, yeah, right. That's the last one. The last one is making your way to the end by stealth. Just sneaking. Yeah, there's like a path for each one. There's a Korok pretty much in front of all of them to let you know it's the right path. You got to the top forest? You mean here? You did one shrine there? It's real? It's weird? You didn't really get it? So if I don't know if you're talking about the Great Hyrule Forest. These are all associated with the Korok trials. This one here, you kind of have to navigate through in complete darkness. And you even have to kill a, Hinox to get the key dangling around its neck. Okay, so it's in the Typhlo ruins. Yeah, you pretty much, you fly in, you're given nothing to start with. You want to come in with a... You got the Hinox? The trick where you stand on his hand? Yeah, you can take the key from him. You don't have to fight the Hinox. I did. I had the gear to do it, but you definitely don't have to. This one wasn't too hard. It's intimidating because you can't see. That's really the only thing. You need to either have a torch or, Did you not complete this one, or are you referring back to the Great Hyrule Forest? Just to make sure I know where we're getting mixed up at, because I could definitely tell there's a communication mishap happening here. Didn't have like the arc. Okay, hold on. Let me type something. That's gonna be a lot better. Okay, and while I'm, of course, waiting for that, hey there, Razby. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see ya. Hopefully you are doing well in health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy the stay. Hope you enjoy your stay, excuse me. How go things at work, university, etc., if you don't mind my asking? And Bear Type, going back to YouTube, I did type to you. I don't know if written English is better for you than spoken English. You'll have to let me know. That way I know what communication style you prefer. You are I didn't kill him in the dark? Okay. That's what we're talking about. No worries. No, both strategies are perfectly valid, Bear Type. Like, we both got the shrine, right? We both got it accomplished? Potato patata? That's the important part. That just means there are multiple ways to do things in this game, and that's a good thing, I think. Switching back over to Twitch, you're having fun programming something for yourself? Ooh, what are you programming? And while I'm here, we are going to go ahead and expand our weapon stash some more. 2 more slots. Yeah, I don't need a dancing Korok, or a giant dancing Korok. We're good. Da, na, 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 na. This will be the last weapon slot upgrade we get for a while. I'm gonna pour a few more into bows and shields. I am making an autistic journal. Nice, nice. Sometimes when I journal, you speak like you're programming with pseudocode. Oh, that sounds like, coding in native language, I think is what I was reading about. Where someone is essentially developing a web program that'll let you code in your mother tongue. I think right now it's in English. But assuming that that native language coding platform goes through, or makes significant strides, we could start to see other startups around the world try to do the same thing in their own language. Because it would be nice to not have to learn the ins and outs of coding quite so much. I mean, it's good when you do. It's always better when you understand the bells and whistles behind something. But at the same time, it would definitely drop or lower the accessibility floor, making a lot more people capable of coding at least the basics on their own with some help. Let me finish reading the sentence. Once you were thinking, man, it'd be cool if that abstract stuff actually ran code and you could build and script stuff just as you need. And so today was when you started working on it. I hope that work is going well. Do you feel like I know you just started, but do you feel like you're making progress? And have you hit any snags or roadblocks in your journey? Okay, I've got enough bow slots, and now we're going... Oh, you can't expand the bow stash anymore? Sorry. At least Hestu isn't speaking in Uwu. That's fine. But that is Uwu-like, not gonna lie. Yes, shield stash, please. Yeah, it's been really fun. It's a bit difficult right now, but you're committing to it. Cool. Cool. Well, I hope you're able to overcome the challenges with that, especially at a new coding project and everything. You're aiming a bit too high, but you do want to practice building stuff that's inherently not useful so that you really do build it for the process. Right, you're learning the skills that are useful to the field or that are useful for you without necessarily being practical. That makes sense. Besides, doing things for the challenge can be inherently fun too. But I suppose the counterpoint, not aiming to learn skills, it's just purely to experience the process. Gotcha. And your brain will do a fine enough job of lowering your expectations, if you're struggling. Your brain will do a fine enough job of lowering where you're aiming. That reminds me, I do need to, talking about aiming, I do need to, upload some more blurp alerts. I've got one minted and polished with, a quote from Dark Souls 1 by, Griggs of Vinheim. And he's like, don't forget to aim. And I totally should make sure I've got that as a usable redeem somewhere. I think this will be enough weapon, bow and shield slot upgrades for a while. And then we can get back to our regularly scheduled gameplay. Bye-bye. I wonder if we actually get anything for getting all these slots apart from just ease of convenience. Well, I hope you get what you want out of experiencing the process then, Raspy, if nothing else. One thing I guess I can probably talk about is I'm working on publishing some posterity grinding videos, and I have recently had to learn what looping an audio track is. Not the most fun process ever, where I'm examining audio waveform, but I do think it's cool. I do like going through the process of learning Audacity. Is it the most fun? No, I'm really not an audio engineering guy, but I could certainly have a lot of respect for people who study and look at audio waveform all day. I really don't have the patience for it. And a lot of stuff in audio waveform looks samey after a while. Kind of similar to writing a lab report, where stuff kind of just looks the same after a while. Because you bounce back and forth between describing the lab process and then, going back and referring to previous results, your experimental results, your literature, and the things that you've wrote to write that paper. So it all kind of gets to be samey. And especially if you have to incorporate a ton of graphs, tables, and other visual aids in the paper, it can get pretty tedious. Yeah, getting exactly what I want, no good. There's no good, there is no bad. Stuff just is. Understood. Now we've done the Spring of Courage. We have gotten both of the towers. I think our next point of order is actually going to be to go show off the horse goddess. I think that's what we'll do next. I said I would show some stuff off today, and I meant it. Don't worry. Unlike the great fairies, which the horse goddess is technically a great fairy, it is not a how do I word this? A too sensitive for TV depiction. Promise. What? What am I being talked about? Chosen One. The hero called Link. The time has come. You are now ready to test the limits of your courage. At the place where you reunited with the Master Sword, the sacred Korok Forest. Go there and heed the great Deku Tree's words. Do so, and a glorious trial will be bestowed upon you. We get the access to the first DLC, the Trials of the Master Sword. For anyone who was present during the streams when I did that, the Trials of the Master Sword are real fun. And also hair-pullingly frustrating. We're not going to be doing that for a while. You guys already voted on when we're going to do the DLC, and that's going to happen when we're done with the Gerudo Valley, which is way down here. When we get the last Divine Beast, we're going to do the Master Sword DLC, and we're going to do the Ballad of the Champions. All of that will be coming to a head right then and there. And that reminds me, the Master Sword. I wanted to talk about it earlier, and I got distracted doing something else. I'm going to go ahead and fix that. Master Sword. Starts out at 30 power. It is not very good. Unless you are in a situation where you're fighting Malice enemies, Ganon Blights, or Ganon himself, or a creature that is strongly associated with Ganon. Not just any old thing. So Lionels, Hinoxes, and so on don't actually count toward any boosts that would apply to the Master Sword. The Master Sword can break, quote unquote. It doesn't actually break. What happens is it goes on like a 15-minute, 25-minute long cooldown, as in real-time cooldown. That's about how long it lasts. And then after that, when the Master Sword becomes available again, you can use it. It will actually yeet itself from your inventory until it restores itself. This weapon is not great. Even if you account for the double attack power boost when you're attacking Malice enemies or like Ganon Blights, or you account for, attack doublers like elixirs and food, or the Barbarian armor set. This weapon, there are much better weapons. This club, look at this Savage Lionel Crusher. Even with, it would take 2 attack multipliers, one of which is inherent to the Master Sword, which will double its attack value from 30 to 60. And then another multiplier, which is not inherent to the Master Sword, that the club could be affected by, to allow the Master Sword to temporarily surpass the Savage Lionel Crusher. It's just better. Base game. It is better if you never touch this thing. If you never use it except for Ganon himself. And even then, I would argue you never really need it. The DLC does make it better. We will go over what the DLC does with the Master Sword when we get ready to do it. I want to give people time to absorb the rigors of the base sword. Now, we will use the base sword. I do want to demonstrate it, but we won't be demonstrating it for a while. I'm essentially going to go as long as I can without swinging it even once. Because you really don't need it to beat the game. Really, you don't even need a Divine Beast. You don't need to get your memory back. All you need are a bunch of cuckoos, a horse, and a sheer desire to survive. And you can make it to the end of the game. Is it a glitchy mess? Absolutely. You have to employ a number of glitches to, succeed. But you can do it. Maybe we'll cover that toward the end when we're addressing, getting ready to finalize our assault on Ganon. I could tell you guys all the different points you could assault Ganon. I'll have like a sheet that I'm reading from notes I've taken and everything on when you guys could tackle the final boss. You can get pretty close to it's not exactly 0%, but it's like a low percent type of run. Where you get your runes. You have to get the runes unless you learn how to wrong warp. Hello, Sir Bokoblin. Get out of here. No one wants you to be around anywhere. I'm trying to think of what else. The Master Sword is just a hot mess. I think it is better in Tears of the Kingdom, but there are many differences on, how you go about getting the Master Sword and all the events. Yeah, hello, you gonna come by or not? Well, don't ride horses and then be an incompetent rider. That's very clearly gonna get you shot off your horse. I love 3-shot bows. I love the falcon bow. It's one of my favorites. Now this stable is special. This stable has a mini game attached with it. It's called the Faron Plane. There is, I'm pretty sure, a race associated with this stable, if I remember correctly. It is a wild stable. I remember spending many hours trying and failing to get the rewards at this stable. It's a mess. You live to sell.
Hey!
Yes, what beetle do you see? Yes, I will give you a bladed beetle. What have you got? Do you have arrows for me? You do have arrows. I'm gonna take them.
Wow!
We want plenty of them. And I will also grab your hardy lizard. And I will sell some opals to cover for the cash I just spent. We are gonna sell 10 of those. How many? That is quite the expressive voice, I'll say. Yeah, Beetle is a super expressive guy. How many hundreds of grams of cocaine did he like sniff? I don't know. You'd have to ask literally anyone else. Beetle is high, dog. This dude is like the poster child for he is like the Nintendo mascot for Legend of Zelda. It's not Link, it's not Zelda. Those are like the figureheads. Those are the people you see stapled to the box. If you want to know the actual mascot, the thing I think really sells Legend of Zelda a lot, it's this dude's face. He was originally a character in the Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker for GameCube. He piloted a ship, a trade ship, and you could take your spoils and trade him things like pears for controlling seagulls, bait to catch the map fish, and a few other really nifty items. And he was basically your way of making money. You sold things to Beetle to make money until you reach the auction house. And then you make money by doing bids on that. I see. So Beetle is the one running the game from the shadows. You know, in Wind Waker, I would probably argue yes. Here, it's just like, here's this creepy dude who loves beetles that's everywhere. He's always got the biggest smile on his face. I call him creepy, but really he's creepy and endearing at the same time. Beetle here is just a real sheer joy to listen to. Where else is he? He is, you can find him in Skyward Sword, the Wii title, where you have motion controls and things. He runs an airship. I believe he's also in Spirit Tracks. That's a 3DS title. I could be incorrect. I may also be thinking of Phantom Hourglass. There's like a certain line. There's a certain timeline of Zelda games in which Beetle appears, and then not any more than that. There are 3 broad timelines in The Legend of Zelda. I do not remember them, but you could go look them up in the Hyrule Historia anytime. Goodbye, Sir Beetle. I don't need anything. My favorite iteration of him by far is in Skyward Sword, because you realize that jovial, lucky facade that Beetle has is in fact a facade, and he's like the most eloquent speaker in all of, you know, Skyloft, the lands above Hyrule, way before light returned to the lands of Hyrule itself. Very cool dude. Just wish his voice wasn't so squeaky high all the time. But that's part of his charm.
Hi.
You a nomad? Suppose you already seen the horses around this prairie, man. I grew up taming horses around these parts. I'm confident there's not a rider in Hyrule better than me. And I got just the way to prove it. A little game to test which fella's better in the saddle. One I almost never lose. You could take this out of context so easily, it's not funny. What do you think? You got the grit to step up and challenge the master? How do we play? Blinn. It's an obstacle course, but on horseback. There are 10 obstacles to navigate. Best time wins. If you're not an ace in the saddle when the game starts, I guarantee you'll be one by the time it's through.
Oh.
The difficult part about this is the fact that you can't just try and recklessly ride as fast as you can. Feedback, periodic announcements are a bit too frequent. I'll see what I can do about spacing them out. I have them toward the latter half of the hour. I should probably have them split up about 15 minutes apart, 15, 20. That probably sounds about right. I'll adjust that for the next stream. Thank you for bringing that to my attention and actually being brave enough to say that. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't say that, not even quietly, not even in a DM on my Discord, which people are more than happy to, like, DM me, by the way. I promise I won't bite, really. And of course, I know I'm not obliged to anyone's feedback or anything, but it's nice when people actually dispense with some feedback. I can actually act on it then. That's the norm. It is, for better or worse. Maybe I can think of a way in which it's fortunate. People are real rude on the internet. Like, calling names, yelling expletives. Yeah, I may be glad that people curtail that. Like, people don't feel super common or super great, like, foisting feedback on people. Although anonymity is a really cracked drug. It's something you and I know a little bit too well, unfortunately. You can't just try to recklessly ride as fast as you can. In order to clear the obstacles on the path, you have to be able to control your horse very well. If you can beat my personal best time, I'll give you some mighty fine horse gear. I think this is what my sibling was talking about. When they were mentioning, ooh, there's horse gear here, which means we will definitely be spending some time doing this. I'm really used to giving feedback and such. I'm grateful for it. And you tend to get pushback and it backfires at times. Well, you know, I used to be pretty terrible at taking criticism. I've gotten a lot better at taking criticism. But I think my counterpoint to, ooh, you're not the best at taking criticism, because it is an actual complaint that's been foisted on me in real life, and, you know, and online. It's that, well, you didn't word your criticism very well. It sounded like an attack to me. I don't mind if it's a criticism, even a personal one, but you start throwing in expletives for no reason, or I can't tell when you're, you know, just trying to get a point across versus being actually that angry. No thanks. I have a limit to what I tolerate on people's criticism. And if people have issues with that, then they should word it better. And if you don't know your way with words, fine. That's totally fine. You know, just ask people to proofread your criticism, something. You freaking hate when norms and such get in the way of getting value from feedback. I agree. it's like, I guess that's a question I can ask people. What do you guys think about being able to freely express criticisms? Is there a value in that? Or do you think that people should perhaps rightfully clam up, and I use rightfully in quotes here, clam up and say nothing? Is there value in avoiding confrontation? That's the counterpoint to criticism as well. Maybe either they'll learn it on their own, or, you know, sorry, my brain literally just fogged up there. Either they'll learn it on their own, or, you know, they'll do their homework later and figure it out. Is there value in open-faced criticism, or isn't there? No thanks, Blinn. You win. I thought you had harder bark on you than that. Well, I'm glad it's certainly getting people's attention. I feel like the amount of consideration one needs to be constructive is kind of really high. Yeah, you need to understand kind of what you want to say. You need to be able to distill it to its shortest point. And if you can't do that, communication is going to be rife with errors and misunderstandings. And the criticism turns into an argument, which turns into fighting, and it gets worse. There are some, like, cascade effects that can result from not, you know, wording your criticisms well and in a way that avoids misunderstandings and arguments. You don't really like this stance, but I think if one isn't really super considerate, it might be helpful for them not to say it most of the time. As my pappy and my mama would say, if you don't have something nice to say, sonny, maybe you shouldn't say it at all. Okay, I'm hamming that up as a bit, but I hope people get my point. If you, as Thumper from Bambi would say, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all. And criticism can be nice if it's worded nice. If people don't word it well, you know, it's gonna be rude. I'm gonna grab another sledgehammer. We've probably got about 4 minutes before the adverts come around, and we end up on the intermission screen. I think one of the things I'm learning about the timers I'm working with is that since it's based on the real-world clock, if I'm not exactly precise on when I start, there could definitely be some issues trying to keep these two things in sync. I don't know how I'm gonna move forward with the new timers yet, but I do like the automation process. I think putting the messages and notices out there means that people can basically kind of read most of the shilling on its own, and I'm not spending every hour talking about the Discord or every single hour talking about the only two things I would probably still do is repeat the classic YouTuber shill of subscribe and all that other stuff, and like the benefits packages. That's really about the only two things I want to actively shill. Time will tell if people like the automation process or not, and it's definitely an art and not a science. You finally passed that roadblock on the self-shell. You can define arbitrary words as concepts and link them with code. Cool. But you're gassed out, so you'll leave it for later. Fair. I probably should tone it down. I had spaghetti yesterday. I'm kind of focusing in on the word gassed or words gassed out. I think I'm beginning to determine whether or not I truly do have a nightshade allergy. I have not been feeling all that terribly great since the spaghetti last night, and I had some again this morning at around 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I should be careful because it's getting close. I have not been a happy camper today. Allergy to shadows from the night? Nightshade. Oh, that might be a joke. Nightshade plants. You know, the thing that people think about when they think of poison? Yeah, tomatoes are in the nightshade family. They're pretty flowers, but you don't want to ingest them. What I don't know is if it's tomato seeds or just if it's tomato flesh. If it's flesh, it's to all the nightshade. If it's the seeds, it could just be tomatoes. Not 100% sure. I do want to thank everybody. Oh, I am back. Sorry about that. And as you can see, I'm not perfectly adjusted to the timer yet. It's going to be a work in progress, folks. But thank you for hanging out and being patient with me. Really appreciate it. Let us pick right back up with where we were. Short thanks this time. That is an improvement, Kappa. It would be an improvement if I finished my sentence prior to taking the intermission, wouldn't it? Instead, it comes across as being unprofessional. I promise I can English real good. Tomato. There we go. That's what you were looking for. Tomato. I could have read it as tomato to be purely contrarian, but I'm not mean, and I'm not really a libertarian in those regards either. Because libertarians are well known for being contrarian people. Oh, hello. Nice of you to show up. Just realized it's impossible to say that difference in purely text. Well, hey, you included instructions, so I knew what to say. Thank you. Oh. Nope, hold on. Fine, you want to sit there and shoot? I could do this. He says, well, clearly struggling with the most basic of parries. Libertarians can be really not nice people a lot of the time. Libertarians just mostly, you know, pan out to me and mine. They're a party of me and mine. If I am doing right, and for the most part, I'm doing right by staying out of the way. Now, can I think you kind of have to do this. I was someone who used to, I don't know. There's liberal and conservative libertarianism. I would definitely trend toward the liberal side of libertarianism. I am a slight bit of a collectivist instead of a individualist. I'm using language instead of left and right. I'm using what those words actually mean. To be left is to be a collectivist. I don't know who that caller is. They can leave a message. Alright, where's the other guardian? Most libertarians, really, it's a mantra of leave me alone. I just want to live life in peace and not have to care about anyone else's problems. That's really what it parses out to, is that. Whether that translates to not nice or not kind of depends on what way they're going about, you know, being left well enough alone, like conveying that. If they're still helping people, and then, you know, being left well enough alone the rest of the time, sure, that's fine. It's when they're like, yeah, you know, even though there are like 50 different world problems happening, yeah, I don't really care what happens to you. They like go out of their way to be mean just so they can be left alone. That is a libertarian you want to stay the hell away from. And the closer to Curtis Yarvin they get, or the Dark Enlightenment, the further and further away you want to be from them. It's that whole ideology is something I unfortunately know a little bit too well, especially as like a younger or an older teenager. I remember being really proud of being a libertarian because I'm like, yeah, we could stick it to the man. Hello, I'm just gonna, you know, take you off the pillar here. What do you have? I believe in the core values of being a libertarian, someone who just does not use force to accomplish their goals, but I am not a libertarian in the sense of, yeah, you know, it would be totally nice if everyone could, you know, manage on their own. A lot of libertarians are social Darwinists. Social Darwinism is when people say, you know, the weak will perish and the strong will survive, and such that in government, policies are wrote out in a way that punishes people for being poor. They punish people for just wanting to exist, or being poor, being born in circumstances they couldn't help or couldn't control. How dare they, right? How dare they? How dare they be poor? How dare they not be in the upper crust, the upper echelons of society? Libertarianism at its right-hand extreme is elitism. Whereas, you know, the opposite of that is trends towards authoritarian fascism. There are two sides of this, there are two sides. I'm sorry, let me try that again without the coin analogy. They make up three faces of a six-sided dice, which, or six-sided die, excuse me. Is there anything else? I don't think so. I think it's just the one chest, right? Hold on. There's an indicator for this we can use to suss out whether we've gotten all the chests or not. I hope I don't have to, like, knock away the stone blocks at the top for a hidden chest. Libertarians are the sort of ally you want when you're fighting a fascist tyrant. They are not really a sort of ally you want in most other circumstances. When they get in the way of government policies that would otherwise be beneficial, libertarians like, ew, government, stinky, gross. No government. Do it by the power of business or not at all. Failing to understand that businesses can kind of operate like a pseudo-government if they want to, and oftentimes that means taking a shortcut on everyone's well-being. The government just, like, governments around the world can't just take a shortcut without being criticized, whereas corporations, they get the stink eye for taking a shortcut, but they're legally allowed to take one. It's only if the shortcut would result in extreme property damages or too many people get wronged, and then a corporation is held accountable for its actions. Libertarians are very much opposed to holding corporations to account. They oftentimes see them as people. He speaks as though he is not a progressive libertarian himself. But I at least see the value in government. I'm different than them. In fact, many of the libertarians who have jumped in with the current U.S. administration are exactly the kind of libertarian I strive not to be. Because they are full of bad faith actors who make bad faith arguments and only use facts when it suits. I'm sorry, I'm getting on my soapbox again. And this, I swore I wouldn't do this for at least another couple of episodes. I don't like being political on camera. I really don't. I don't mind talking about it, but I don't like being emotionally invested in the politics. Yeah, it happens accidentally really easily. You know, I would be a little bit more under control if, how do I word this? You know, the politics weren't so close to home. You know? If there weren't people actively trying to, as Musk said it himself, a corporate takeover. I keep accidentally adding to my to-do list world domination. These things just happen. Some things just happen. Yeah, I guess that's the human condition, right? You know, sometimes a subject brings out the worst in us. I think we can take a picture of this. No, but let me show you the Horse God Bridge and the Lake of the Horse God and the Horse God's Fountain. That'll be a nice break from the politics. There are bunches of butterflies here. It's a really neat place. It's a cliffside waterfall with a flower field in it and butterflies everywhere. Really, really, really neat stuff. And I think there's even some mushrooms in the back if you look hard enough. The current passage or the current standard for what passes for libertarian makes me very upset. Makes me embarrassed that I shared the same half of the political compass as them. That's the thing that's the thing I'm really feeling right now, is just overall constant perpetual disgust and disdain for people who take what would otherwise be a reasonable counterbalance to collectivism gone too far, as, oh, well, we're going to use a whole bunch of bad faith arguments to make not only troll, but get our point across. And it makes the rest of us salient, sane people look bad. Really bad. Of course, every political ideology has its bad actors. Here I am ragging on libertarians, but every U.S. political ideology has its bad actors. We just need to do a better job at shunning them. That's what really has to happen for a start. If more people felt the social pressures of their opinions, maybe they just wouldn't publicly express them and vanish from the political landscape like I wish they would. Boy. Sweet boy. Please, listen to my story. Sure. I am Melania. Have you ever felt the pain of losing a horse companion? No, and I don't want to. If my power is returned to me, I may be able to help you out in some way. So please, I beg of you, help me regain the power that I've lost. All I need is 1,000 rupees. When my power has been restored, I should be able to be of use to you, who loves horses so. Note that the horse god here never requires more than 1,000 rupees. I'll explain more in a minute. Now, you have rupees for me, right? Hand them over, quickly. In order for me to regain my power, I need 1,000 rupees. Did you guys notice that hand just there? The last 2 times we got a great fairy with an arm reaching out from a plant pod, that was actually attached to flesh. This one, it looked like it was just a hand with a bracelet on it, right? Watch what's gonna happen. Pay attention. Thank you. You're too kind. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. That noise. It's the Great Fairy. It is a kind of Great Fairy, sure. I'm sorry, I'm giggling like a school child. I want you to know that this is just a horse's head. It's just simply great. Yeah, sure, we can obliterate the fairy from that description. It's more like a horse god or horse goddess. At last, free of that tiny bud after so long. If my arms were corporeal, they'd have cramped for sure. And you're the one who set me free, are you not? My name is Melania. I am the god who watches over the horses of this world. I suppose you deserve a reward for setting me free. What shall I do? Shall I make you my meal? I only jest. If a horse you love passes away from some sort of tragic, fatal accident, it is within my power to revive that horse. I mean, it is cool looking. It's also creepy. It's creepy because it's just, we don't know there's no feet. It's just skirt, spine, horse head, and hands. That's all this is. It's very, macabre looking, to say the least. It is within my power to revive that horse. However, if I detect violent intent behind the death of your horse, this is relating to that fatal accident in air quotes statement from earlier. Really creepy, but cool as fuck. Yeah, it's a tiki mask thing. It is. You will suffer my wrath. I only jest. Let me see. I see you're good with horses. All seems to be well. The friendship you established with a horse really is extraordinary. Remember that such a friendship is a two-way road. Horses care for you as much as you care for them. Okay. I think this is another one I have to take a picture of. So while I'm thinking about it, let me go ahead and shut off a add timer. Just go ahead and disable those two things because we're not running ads, or there won't be an alert for ads after this. I need to find a better conditional for these. This is what I meant when I said the timers weren't perfect. It is a cool design. I think the Tears of the Kingdom design makes them a little more human, a little less creepy voodoo horse aesthetic thing, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Hold on, let me see if I can because Melania's in both games, so I can get a quick look at the picture. Also, you may be able to hear this. That is the wrong button. Yes, people heard all the errors I made just there. If you listen to the flutes, there will be a recognizable song in that. I'm gonna give people a minute to listen while I look up this horse god presence. Okay, I think I've given people a solid minute and a half. That is Epona's song from Ocarina of Time. That's what's playing in the background there. That's what you can hear in the flutes and things. I'm gonna take a picture of this, just in case. And then we're gonna get back to it. Oh, and I did, while I was looking that up, or rather, when I looked that up, Melania in Tears of the Kingdom, exact same design. Exact same design. Also, a cool fact about Melania is that Melania, you may have been able to hear it from some of the grunts and groans as dialogue was passing, is actually a male fairy. It is referred to as the horse fairy, you know, based on the tiki mask that it was wearing, which I think is really cool. I think there should be more male great fairies. I'm gonna be honest. You didn't expect that? You know, honestly, me either. The most I would have, like, expected out of Melania is no lewd great fairy. Oh no, we got 2 more of those to find, buddy. We got 2 more of those. They're in... One of them is in a Kala somewhere, I'm almost sure. And the other is probably... I want to say the other great fairy is in this section here. I don't think there's a great fairy in the desert. But yeah, there are 4 great fairies for 4 levels of clothing enhancements that you can pass along to your gear. I imagine not going to happen today. No, oh no, definitely not. I do kind of need to sleep. Oh, if you need to go sleep, it's all good. You can turn in. We've got... I certainly don't want to keep you here if you're tired. If you're going to be turning in, have a good rest of your sleep. If you're going to stick around, cool. Then I imagine we'll probably part ways once the stream is wrapping up for the evening. Slash, I guess it would be night for you, wouldn't it? Maybe early parts of the morning for you. No, 7 hours? Yeah, I think we're approaching midnight where you are. So yeah, well, yeah, I'm drawing this out way too long. Sorry, I have a tendency to ramble a lot. Now, what are we gonna do now? Well, I suppose first things first, we need to quickly head over to a goddess statue and exchange the next 4 spirit orbs. I am wanting to like get our stamina up to its 3rd and final wheel. There are extra wheels. You can get up to 6 total stamina wheels, 3 of which can come from spirit orbs. The rest of them are bonus stamina wheels. I believe you can get 2 extra wheels of stamina, depending on how effective your extra stamina elixirs are cooked, especially if you get critical successes on like the biggest and best elixirs you can make. And then there's a final stamina wheel you can get from sleeping at Zora's Domain. The waterbed here always gives you some extra bonus hearts and a extra whole wheel of stamina. I highly recommend making use of the extra stamina. 6 stamina wheels is fantastic for a climbing minigame coming up. Not today, but somewhere in Death Mountain there is a climbing minigame. I'm pretty sure it's hosted by a pair of Goron brothers, and you want a lot of stamina for the highest level of that game, because there are quite a few mini games in Breath of the Wild, for better or worse. Speaking of which, that's probably a fun question I can ask. What do you guys think about mini games in non-party games like environments or setups? So by party game, I'm referring to things like Mario Party or Fortune Street, things that are kind of like virtual board games, but with extra steps or extra activities on top. I'm trying to remember some other ones. There's a Pac-Man party game with extra mini games on top that I own somewhere. It's in storage. It's really weird. It's really weird, and the AI cheats a lot. All right, let's talk to this statue. Give me a stamina vessel. Thank you. Actually, probably should have collected a heart container for what I'm about to do next. Okay, so something I bumped into while we were doing the grinding is there is actually another goddess statue, or what looks to be like another goddess statue. It is... Did I put a mark around it? No, I didn't, but I know where it is. It's like over here. It's tucked in at the bottom of this like hill here. Ah. So there are some who can still pay me homage. Getting so much dopamine from this program thingy. I said I was overwhelmed, but then focused and added more. Oh, hey, that's what happens when you do tasks that you want to do, you actively enjoy doing. You get dopamine. Dopamine is a cracked drug. I really do think, and this is just, you know, my thoughts mixed with a bit of, how do I word this? Do we call it a cyberpunk, post-apocalyptic, like sci-fi spin on it? It's my thoughts mixed with a sci-fi spin. I think if scientists set up a clinic where they could extract pure synthetic dopamine, or find the chemicals that make up dopamine, and they put it into a tablet or, say, an injectable form, I think people would inject that crap like crazy. It would be crack on steroids. And the pharmaceutical market would make tons of money. It reminds me of that one scene in The Visitors, where like this group of near perfect human alien invaders found abducted a random like Asian girl, I want to say, gave her something, and she was just giddy like a box of firecrackers. Absolutely. And she just had this cheese-eating grin on her face the whole time. I think they literally called it bottled happiness. I would describe it as bottled dopamine. There's all these kinds of ideas. I could link it up to my Discord bot and be able to interface with it from both terminals and Discord and such. So the wheels are spinning and your brain is turning, thinking about the very thing you're wanting to work on. Yeah, that's a classic pursuit of dopamine if ever I saw it. You can talk? You don't say. You can hear my voice? Yes. Now that is a surprise. What were you praying for? Long life? Wealth? Like so many of your kind? Whichever it was, you came to the right place. A dealer in life and power. That was me, once. Alas, my life for money bargains didn't sit well with the goddess Hylia. She trapped me in this stone statue long, long ago. The villagers here call me the horned statue, and don't even bother to wipe away the bird droppings. Wow, spoken like a true cynic. I guess being shat on multiple times by birds and just being forced to sit there and perceive it dripping off your backside would make you pretty cynical. Degrading. I've made this journal be like really self-building, if that makes sense. An automated journal. I can add things to it really easily. Anything from running arbitrary automation, journaling, making to do lists, and reorganizing it anyway. Oh, this sounds like the Obsidian program. Obsidian is like a task manager type program where you can organize things really easily. I happen to have it lying around somewhere. I know that's not exactly what you're talking about, but I think it's pretty close. There are a lot of similarities while having a number of key differences. Yeah, you've used Obsidian a lot, but it didn't stick. Understandable. I imagine it could be a lot of upkeep to put in manual or task management in a program like that. I know a dude, or I am familiar with a YouTuber who has actually managed to turn Obsidian into a tabletop game manager. Is it Tim Shadows? Is that his name? That's not the name of the YouTube channel, but it's what he managed to get Obsidian to do. It was pretty cool. The thing I like is that it makes me feel as free as you could get. Like within 10 words, you can implement something to rename things, move things, or do mostly whatever. It's a program that modifies itself. That's really cool. If you can think it, you can code it kind of deal. Normally you straight up can't. Yeah, that kind of sounds like what I was talking about earlier with the coding in a native language thing, except automated. Which is cool. Especially if, again, it lowers the entry for coding anything. That's truly some fantastic stuff. And I commend you for your work on it. And I hope that you're able to make continued breakthroughs with it. Maybe if you keep working on it, you know, it might be you might be able to make the you might be able to make a good section in a newspaper, or like an online article or blog or some kind. Get like international attention on it. I realize that's not why you're doing it or anything. You're doing this for yourself. But when I'm thinking about what you're talking about, I'm thinking about the ways in which other people might notice what you're doing and take notes. Honestly, you want to do it so you can organize your mind for keeping track of chores, cleaning, etc. I should do a better job at organizing that type of thing for myself. I have a whiteboard behind me, but I haven't used it in like 2 years. I need to move it into a better position so I can write on it again. Because right now I don't feel very inclined with a trundle bed blocking it. I feel very disinclined from writing on it. One would think years upon years of such treatment would have made me mend my ways. Usually having to endure countless eons of bird shit usually makes people not want to mend their ways, but that's just me. Sorry, I'm gonna take the bird droppings bit and I'm gonna really run with it. No offense. The idea of the journal is that it creates limits. A journal is too open-ended to keep on task. But a direct computer program like a task management system is too restrictive and cumbersome to use. This is the convenience of a journal with the power of task management. Interesting. You're talking in a lot of potentials here. You build the task management you're actually using and need. Sorry, I don't have a lot of scintillating things I could say about it, but that sounds amazing. No more features you don't want or don't need because you don't build what you need. You build what you need as you need it. That sounds like every programmer's like wet dream. Not gonna lie. Like it is the highest, purest form of computer and program engineering imaginable. That's what that sounds like to me. One would think wrongly. I've only been biding my time for the moment someone who could hear me appears. Someone such as you. But I've said enough. Now then, shall we strike a bargain? Then stay that way. No further action on your part is required. What? What? Normally, there's no fa in haha. I don't know what that noise is supposed to be. Yeah, now it's time to look for the flaw, since clearly there's some drawbacks. At the very least, you've managed to trick your brain that this idea is the second coming of God for a few minutes. Hey, gotta do something to get your dopamine in this world, to get you released from geopolitical struggles in this world. My touch is as subtle as ever. I wouldn't really call that subtle, Horned One. Note how I took that essence from you without leaving a mark. The statue's bargain, and it just took this from me. What's wrong then? Have your prayers gone unanswered? Give it back. Hey there, Klebus. Good to see you. Welcome back to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. Let's get a shout out for Mr. Klebus. This man has been streaming Fortnite a lot, but he has done other things before. Kind of has almost a similar portfolio to myself, just more shooters, fewer RPGs, that kind of thing. But definitely go check out Klebus, guys. He works really hard on his content, and the streams are super relaxing and really chill to be in, if you guys like that sort of atmosphere. How have your streams been lately, Mr. Klebus, if and you don't mind my asking? Doing really good? Good. Glad to hear it. My girlfriend today passed the documents, so in 2 weeks you'll know if she gets the you'll know if she gets the visa. Awesome. They've been pretty okay. Let's say that. Oh, so when you say okay, do you mean like mid? They've been very mid, or do you mean they've been smooth? Just so I understand what connotation is being added to the word okay. Because people mean lots of different things when they say okay. Did you think I deceived you? Perish the thought. I hope that ours will be a long and profitable relationship. So which will it be? Mostly okay, all the regular viewers? That's good. Okay. So no, like average. Nothing stellar, but nothing absurdly underperforming or anything. That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Especially because I know streaming in this space ain't getting any easier. Thanks to not only a combination of geopolitical events, but also just random gaffes by Dan Clancy. Wow, I could talk about the whole Hasanabi thing, but I think I'm going to refrain from talking about Mr. Piker more than necessary. But let's just say, for those that aren't in the know, Mr. Piker is a... It might be a very good reason why Twitch suddenly has more advertising problems. Fun drinking game. Take a shot each time coin says political. I think I might kill people if, we actually did that. 3 shots if geopolitical. Well, it's a nice word. When I say political, I'm talking about more, rote ideological politics, whereas when I'm talking about geopolitics, I'm talking about world events. Like UN, multinational, or between nations level of politics. It's just a nice, neat way to lump all those things in one word, even if it's a bit unwieldy. But, yes. Like, doing things on Twitch is certainly not getting easier for any of us, no matter what size you are. Those who are just getting their start, those who are affiliate like myself, people who are partnered. Twitch be struggling, and Twitch is doing classic Twitch things. Waking up the sleeping giant, Europe. Too true, too true. There was a Japanese admiral who I believe said in response to the Pearl Harbor attacks, "I fear we may have woken up a sleeping giant." A sweeping giant would be a different story. A sleeping giant. I fear that many people are about to find out what happens when you just collectively harass Europe over and over again. I don't think it's a very good idea. It just sucks that the US is now also poking the bear that is Europe. A janitor giant. A giant that sweeps. Sorry, but thank you for poking some fun at the misspeaks. They happen a lot. I've been getting way worse at that, for whatever reason. As I may have mentioned once or twice, I'm a dealer in life and power. I can provide a valuable service to you. I take heart containers or stamina vessels from you, and then, for a price, return whichever of the two you like. Give me a heart since you took it from me. A wise choice. Now, remain still. You look skeptical. Hold on. I have to be awake in 6.5 hours and you've been sleep deprived the whole week? Yes, please get yourself some rest, Mr. Rasby. Got to go. Good night. Good night. Sweet dreams. Rest well. And may your coding endeavors, may your coding, work, and university-related endeavors treat you well and with respect. Take care of yourself, and good night. You look skeptical. Not to worry. Money and life are all as one to me. If you're ready to begin, then first you must sell me either type of essence for 100 rupees. If you want to buy an essence back, the price rises to 120 rupees. Before you cry foul, know that you may choose which one I return to you, a heart container or a stamina vessel. I'm eager to help tamper with your essence anytime you want to return and pray here. So, let me talk about the horned one, the horned statue. So the horned statue is supposedly an imprisoned demon, or an imprisoned person who became a demon later, who tampered with people's essences. There's kind of some play around with a demon in Skyward Sword, but that demon, Mr. Betrow, was actually cursed to be a demon for his greed, and when he gave up his greed in the form of gratitude crystals, and Link would help him collect all those gratitude crystals, he would then turn back into a real human once again. This is a twist on that concept. Now, instead of a demon that gives you wallet upgrades and item inventory slots and so on, this one just lets you swap health and stamina. So just like the statue said, 100 rupees, and you and you essentially swap one metric for another. So let's say I wanted that third stamina wheel right now. I could technically fold all of the remaining heart containers over to the stamina wheel, and I believe I would lose 4 heart containers in exchange for filling up the stamina wheel, but you're allowed to do that. That's legally permissible. It's not the most shady thing in the world. You're swapping one for another. If I wanted to have 2 rows of hearts right now, I could totally do that and deplete most of my stamina in the process. If you are trying to fulfill specific stamina or health breakpoints, then feel free to use the statue. There's nothing wrong. There are no legal or moral consequences for using the statue in the game. All that fun stuff. In fact, I'm gonna even put a note around this so that we know, hey, here's something we can do now that it's here. Yada yada. Now, am I gonna make use of this? No, because I've been gaming our health and stamina to exactly where I want it to be the whole time. But if you realized, oh, I have gone the entire game without upgrading my health, and I want to go yoink the Master Sword out of the Korok Forest, you can totally use the goddess statue to help you achieve those requirements, assuming that you have put in the necessary spirit orbs in the first place to get the equivalent amount of upgrades. That's it. It's not a major feature. It's really a minor thing, but it can be useful if that's what you're trying to do. I've demoed it once. Not gonna demo it again. Again, I don't need this. I've already planned for our time here in Breath of the Wild, but I thought I would showcase it. Where do we want to go next? And Klebus, if you still happen to be here, we've talked about your stream a bit, and I'm super grateful that I'm super pleased to hear that your girlfriend has got the passed all the paperwork in for her visa, and hopefully it's just a matter of waiting. But how's the Fortnite gaming itself been going, if and you don't mind my asking? It's not really my cup of tea, but I'm always curious to see if, there's been balance patches or just any kind of movement in the game, or if it's kind of been same old for a while. I'm always interested in gaming news, at the very least. While we're conversing, let me go ahead and go into the general store here, and hopefully there will be some milk, and I hoped maybe some bomb arrows, but guess that ain't happening. Fortnite's been good. They're always updating the game, so new content. Has it mostly been in the form of like skins, or has there been like a variety of different kinds of updates? Might as well buy things I know we're low on. Speaking of games, while I'm thinking on it, if for those of you that are in the trading card auto battler space, a recent game that has come out of closed beta into open beta is a little game called The Bazaar, made by Reynaud and others, who used to be a part of the NFT space, and then they took all those NFT designs with modifications and turned it into a real like virtual card game auto battler combo. It's really cool. I've been watching a ton of indie content creators play through The Bazaar, and the fact that it's coming into open beta today is really exciting. Let me go ahead and finish reading some statements here. Skins, weps, and new areas on map. Good. So all kinds of content. Otherwise, really not much. And they're gonna do crossovers every season. Ooh, crossovers sound fun. I remember Smite doing this as it started to wane into its or started to kind of like diminish into its like closing seasons There was like Magic the Gathering and Avatar: The Last Airbender crossovers. Last season they did Godzilla? Spicy. So was it just Godzilla, or were there like the whole gambit of kaijus there? If and you don't mind my asking. Switching over to YouTube commentary a second. Can you press the hero's path? Just want to see? Sure, bear type, absolutely. Here is the hero's path we have taken. This is our start point up here. Might be a little bit hard unless I zoom in a bit. Start point. Came up here for the first Divine Beast. Then kind of mapped all over the area. Then went over here for the second Divine Beast. Mapped all over areas again. And now we're down here. You would get skins and even had Giant Godzilla on the map? Nice. Ooh, I think you can actually play the hero's path. Yeah, this is actually another really cool thing you can do is you can actually play out your hero's path if you want to just see the actual journey, not in real time, but if you want to like replay the visual on the map for you to see. It'll even replicate all the warping you did too. Really nice. It also includes deaths, apparently. You could even turn into one? Awesome. Oh, that's a really good crossover patch. Have all of them been about that, stellar? Or have some of them, been lackluster? I know some of the crossovers with Smite, a game that I think about that does crossovers, have generally been fairly lackluster. It was just skins and nothing else. Some lackluster, some better. Typical gameplay experience, I suppose. And switching back over to YouTube, you've explored way more than me? Well, I did add to that that chunk of exploration today, bear type. Not today, but yesterday when I recorded the grinding session. I've done a lot of moving around, but yes. I've moved through a lot of locations. The hero's path, I think, is going to be particularly long just because we are going for all 900 Koroks, and they're everywhere. Not to mention, I pretty much go almost everywhere on foot. I don't like riding horses in this game. I don't mind it, and I think the horse riding experience can be fun, but I prefer being on my own 2 feet. The island in the right seems kind of far, like they are in the area that is blue. Oh, you're talking about Eventide Isle, right? We will go there. We will be going to Eventide Isle soon enough, but it'll be a few episodes at least before we try it. Because we have to make it to Lurelin Village, and then we have to, you know, gear up for the travel. Well, actually, there's only but so much gearing up you can do. Really, the most you can do is, the most you can do is, like, make sure your health is in good working order. Where is the shrine? When is the island shrine? Oh, not for a while. Remind me, Bear Type, you talked about wanting to see the Eventide Isle. I think that was in a previous stream, if I recall correctly. You talked about Eventide Isle and having issues with it. You aren't the only one who's actually commented on issues. There have been a number of, you know, people coming and going through my channel over the past couple of months that have talked about Eventide Isle and looking really quite forward to tackling it. You're still pissed about it because you got the ball. You guided the ball to the shrine location in the mud, and then you needed to redo it or like reposition it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Eventide Isle is quite the challenge. I've seen a lot of prominent creators that have done Breath of the Wild over the years. They typically just go as fast as humanly possible. They just gun it looking for that ball. Like, once they know what they're doing, Point Crow is a pretty good example of this. He typically just goes straight for where the ball is and just moves as fast as possible. I think he may or may not also find ingredients to make movement elixirs with, but I could be misremembering a strategy, or it may actually be Small Ant who does it. Not 100% sure. 4 or 5 episodes out, I think we may make a crack at Eventide Isle. I think that would be I think that would be a good showcase of something major. And of course, I'll probably put it up to a vote. So for those of you that don't know, we vote on things on my in my Discord, on my Discord server. I try not to vote on every little teeny tiny thing, but I do really enjoy when you guys are helping to shape up the Let's Play process. I enjoy seeing what your suggestions are. So I will be putting up a vote prompt in 24 hours ish, because I have to have dinner and stuff as well. And I'll give you guys some choices on what we want to have happen in, say, the next 5 episodes. So, and that'll be a longer duration prompt that people can really kind of like think about for a minute. Wow, this path is still going. Let me go ahead and go back to comments here. You like Point Crow, one of the best Switch Zelda creators? Point Crow's a genuinely good dude. I've always liked the cut of Eric Marino's jib. He's really witty, super insightful, super funny, makes a lot of other people laugh, and knows how to troll it up with the best of them. It's something... his is a countenance I could only dream of replicating. I lack the wit to be as funny as, Mr. Point Crow. What is there to do in the middle of Central Hyrule, like Dead Middle? In Central Hyrule, it's mostly just Korok seeds, fighting guardians. That's really about it. Or maybe exploring the various ruins that are, like, laid out in Central Hyrule. There really isn't a whole bunch more than that. A lot of the extra side activities are not in Central Hyrule. And it makes sense, because in Central Hyrule, that's where most of the Guardians are. All of the actively roaming, moving ones that are hard to fight are in there. The only place where the Guardians are harder to fight is Hyrule Castle. And that's because you have all the turrets and all the flying ones everywhere. You don't have any standard Guardians available anywhere. It's legitimately an uphill battle to get into Hyrule Castle. I'm thinking about your question and making sure I've actually answered it. In short, Central Hyrule really embodies the exploration aspect of the game. You kind of need to make your own fun if you want to have fun in Central Hyrule, unless you like fighting in this game, and in which case, there are ancient guardians roaming everywhere. Have fun! No, like, shrine in there, more walking there. Not in the exact center of Central Hyrule, no. It's a lot of flat, open plains. But there are a few shrines. They're mostly around the, hills and valleys, or they're on the borders of Central Hyrule, right? There was one where there's a shrine in, like, a collection of stumps, right, on Krennel Hill, where we fought the multiple Wizrobes and got, like, the Blizzard, Thunderstorm, and Meteor Rods that we're now carrying. Yeah, there's a shrine in there. Another one is off on the periphery around the moat. Around the moat, there's a shrine. There's a shrine tucked into the hills near the battlements on the left-hand side, or on the western side, I should say. But no, nothing in the dead center, like what you're talking about. The only thing to do in the dead center of Hyrule is walk around, kill stuff, collect loot, collect ingredients, and keep moving. Maybe finding a Korok or a couple, or several. That's it. I see you have, I would very much like to stream Breath of the Wild on YouTube, but you can't. Hey, I mean, if you've got a, yeah, I suppose with Switch it is kind of difficult. Although if you have like a Wii U, trying to think of ways where you could stream it. If you're emulating it, then you've got, you'd have to use like special programs to stream from one computer to another, because you're probably not streaming on a single computer. That's really hard to do. You need at least a 2-computer setup to try it. Trying to think, where else? Or what else? Streaming's not the easiest thing in the world, and quite honestly, and we're specifically talking about YouTube here, it's probably okay. I'm a little worried about what the process of, you know, breaking up Google's monopoly is going to do to YouTube. I'm really worried that they're going to sell it off, and then making content on the platform becomes impossible, but that's kind of end of the world type stuff. Let me read the rest of these. You haven't been there a lot too? Well, makes sense, right? Not really a terrible amount to do in the center. To reiterate my answer to your question, you're walking, fighting Koroks, killing ancient guardians, and making your way to the edges of Central Hyrule, where there's actually stuff to do. Makes a lot of sense. At least I like to think so. I do got a computer in the living room, but I think it's a bit weird. And with chat and things, it would not be good. No, that's fair. That's fair. And especially if you don't live alone, like you have family members, right? You don't want people just randomly stumbling in across the cameras or saying something super weird. You know, things that you wouldn't normally think about because you're not on camera. But when you're on camera, there are certainly lots of things you can't say. And I always struggle to explain this with my family. Not so much my sibling, who is at the very least functioning as my moderator sometimes, on Twitch. But trying to explain this to my father, my mom, my stepmother, or anyone who isn't normally in the streaming space, yeah, some part of it is lost on them. Some part of on-camera decorum is lost. Trying to explain what all that is lost on them. They're like, it's my house, it's my home, why wouldn't I say anything different? It's a good way, streaming is a good way to get the government involved in your business. So you better make sure your opinions are up to snuff, and you know what the political court of opinions is trending towards, which right now, given the way that events are going I think we are done. Yeah, we're done. We're done seeing all this. So the more of the hero's path you got, the longer it's gonna take to play out. But you guys pretty much saw the entire span of the journey, and it took like 15 minutes to have that fully play out, and about another 3 before I actually curtailed the display. It's likely not something I'm gonna show again, because it's gonna take a lot longer. I don't know what the max play speed is though. Let me see. Change speed, play. Yeah, so it's max speed of 3. Yeah, absolutely not. So let me finish my thought, and then we're going to do some shout-outs, because I'm hungry. I would like to go eat. I'll figure out who or where I could shout people out to on Twitch. Oh, hang on. I just lost the YouTube window. What time is it for me right now? It is 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. I'm on the east coast of the U.S., so it's not quite dinner time, but I usually eat it around this hour. Works out for me too, because then I'm not trying to stream on a full stomach. Fun fact, when Coin is streaming on a full stomach, he is on way lower energy. You'd think that wouldn't be the case because he's nourished and full of good food, but food in the United States makes me sleepy. It makes a lot of people sleepy. I don't know if that's just a trend I'm noticing, but every time I eat, sleepy time. And a lot of people are speculating there could be something in the grain supplies that's making the food dangerous. That's like conspiracy level shit, though. I don't want to get into that too much. Just you're about 7 hours. That would put you in Raz's time zone, because Raz is somewhere in Romania, and he's about 7 hours out. Specifically in the U.S., I mean, that's what a lot of people in the U.S. forums are saying. It's, or in like U.S.-based subreddits, they're speculating that there could be something in the wheat grain that's making people sick and unhealthy. This along with the usual boogeyman of sugars and sodas and all that other, like, typical health scare tactic nonsense. Some of which is well-meaning and others is purely draconian or controlling. And it's kind of hard to tell the difference with the way things currently are in the U.S. Insert image of Courage the Cowardly Dog when he is screaming. That is like my overall mood with the way things are going right now. Right now, it is 0000 for you. Yeah, that lines up then. Maybe you're not exactly maybe you're not in Romania or anything like that, but you're somewhere in that time zone. That checks out. Well, I know we didn't accomplish a terrible amount today. We got pulled? Well, actually, that's not true. Hold on. I'm selling myself short here. We pulled out the Master Sword. I showed off the Darks, the horned statue. We got 2 towers. We completed a couple of quests. Yeah, we actually did quite a few things today. We upgraded weapon slot. We upgraded a number of inventory slots. I talked about the sword's usefulness in base game versus once the DLC has been obtained and you've fully completed it. And then we did a bunch of other random stuff. I almost haven't seen any modders in YouTube chat. You don't know why? Seen any others in YouTube chat? Oh, not modders. I think you're saying others, right? NK stopped by earlier. NK stopped by in the beginning before you showed up. I think that's just... I think, nah, people like with blue name... Oh, people with blue name. So, people with blue name on YouTube would imply YouTube employees? Hold on. Gotta look this up. Like the sort, oh, mods. Okay, no, I misread you. You had it correct. Yeah, I unfortunately do not have any YouTube mods, and my sibling is only available some of the time for Twitch-related stuff. Like today, they're actually over. They are actually doing some tabletop stuff at a college campus today. That's what they would be doing at about this time too. I really don't have anyone else besides myself and a whole bunch of mods. A whole bunch of bots to help moderate things. But that's fine. I'm not big enough to really warrant additional mods. I think the most I would probably want is a mod on YouTube somewhere so that, there's enforcement on both platforms, but for those who don't know, I've been streaming on Twitch a lot longer than I've been streaming on YouTube. Do I ban bots in Twitch? So, I actually haven't had to lift a finger on most bots in a long time. I have access to 2 bots. Their names are Seribot and Kumabot Defender. Each one of these, I use them. I wouldn't have known about them if it weren't for a man named Gracker221 when I was networking more consistently on Twitch. I'm sorry, guys. It's not that I don't want to network. It's just our schedules have not been lining up terribly well. Sorry. But getting back to what I was trying to say, they usually do a pretty good job of banning, like, actual real bots, which has been great. Any other bots that are in this chat right now or in the Twitch chat right now are either Stream Elements or Coffee Streambot. So these are just things I have set in there. In terms of like actual bots, no, I have bots to do that for me. I don't need to do anything. It's great. But yes, I do. If there are bots that slip through protections that I have in place, I do ban those. Usually they're in the form of, would you like to go to X website to see, to boost your viewers by this much? Or go to this website for the best viewers, Autobots, and moderation money can buy. And all it'll cost you is a computer virus. I would ban those, yes. Yes, these weird types of them. Yeah, I do ban those. Thankfully, I have bots to do this for me, and I couldn't be happier. It's the same reason. Ooh, what's this? I'm sorry, my mouth stuck together, and I thought I would turn it into a joke. Anyway, I completely lost what I was gonna say. That is a reason why I have been pushing to automate a lot more of the timers, buzzers, alerts, and so on. Is I would like to get to a point where I'm doing what I'm doing right now, which is talking with people about things they actually want to discuss and things they actually want to have be discussed. Like us talking about bots and time zones right now. Whereas before, my streams would typically be filled with lots of different impending updates about, this thing we have going on where we vote on Discord. I'll be talking about it all the time. I would be a constant chatterbox talking about nothing meaningful. No one would care. And quite frankly, no one would be in their part to care. No one would be in their right mind to care about that stuff. So putting all that sort of stuff on a automated overhead is just better for business. I just have to get it right. Let me finish reading these comments here, and then we'll wrap up. Is my good Twitch associate Monkey Funk streaming today? I don't think so. Okay, let me read these. I don't know why, but in Breath of the Wild, when you've got lots of hearts, it does look like it. I mean, it seems like you got around 10. I have 13. I wish I could I actually can put a pointer. Hang on. It's kind of hard to tell the number of hearts you have, though. I do wish they would be graduated in some way. Like, even just a simple dividing line or a comma would work. Where's my pointer? It is right here. Okay. Pointer. That is not correct. Okay, I should be able to slide that over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There are exactly 13 hearts. Really hard to tell unless you, have some way to help you tell the difference. In your part of the U.S., do you get snow? The weather has to be really bad in my part of the U.S. to get snow. I'm in, like, the southeastern corner of the U.S. We typically don't get snow, but the U.S. does get some snow. If they're, like, blizzard fronts or whatever. In fact, we're in the midst of a blizzard front right now, but no snow. You need to go now? That's cool, Bear Type. Thank you so much for stopping by today, along with Clabus, Rasby, NK, and so many others. I really appreciate the company as we wrap up here. But yes, thank you so much, Bear Type, and I hope to see you again on Friday. And I'm glad you enjoyed this stream. Have a good rest of your day. Or I guess for you, it would be, I hope you have a good full 24 hours. And all the other fun jazz. I hope life takes it easy on you. And with that, take care and goodbye. Now, let us, I'm going to do 2 shout-outs for the day because I'm a hungry boy and I want to eat. I may hop into someone's stream later. Maybe Reeve's stream? Ooh. If you guys like Marvel Rivals, there is a lovely Twitch streamer by the name of Venor Darkwolf. Please feel free to check them out. They work super duper hard on their content. They made Partner not that long ago. So if you like the frog aesthetic and you like a super hype content, please check her out. As for the other one... Ooh, is she on right now? No way. Yep. I'm gonna recommend you check out my good Twitch associate, Axel LPS. I may hop into her stream afterwards. After I've got my dinner and everything. She's playing Alice Madness Returns, so if you guys like the creepy, goth, Alice horror vibes, definitely go check out that game. I know Reaver of Bone also played through this, and he had a pretty good fun time with it too. Axel works super hard on her content. She has English and French audience members. She speaks both languages pretty fluently. So, and there are even commands that basically tell her to swap between either of the languages, if I recall correctly. So yeah, if you guys like that sort of control over the streamers' or entertainers' content, please go check out her content. She's just an awesome, all-around awesome lady. Please check her out. That said, guys, my name is CoinStamp. Most people call me Coin. That's super easy to say. People literally touch it every single day. This has been another fun, if light, episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I will try to get those posterity videos rolled out by the end of tonight. It might be tomorrow morning, though, depending on how much difficulty I have. You guys have been a blast. Thank you guys again so much. Please take care of yourselves. Do stay safe. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye.